Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us here at the International Interfaith Conference, United in Liberty, the Rise of Spiritual Diplomats. My name is Olga Schmidt, and I am so honored to welcome to the stage a world-class opera singer, Miss Maria Maksakova, to perform the U.S. National Anthem. Her performance will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Chief Joseph Riverwind, the war chief of the Arawak Taino tribe of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Army veteran. And after, Bishop Leon Benjamin will give us the opening blessing. We'll follow it in that order. So please help me welcome Maria Maksakova.
God bless America. It's an honor to me to be here at the home of the great. Thank you so much.
Chief Joseph Riverwind will join us next.
If you will please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to all of the wonderful faith leaders from across this nation and around the world. We give honor, amen, and to our Lord, and we thank God for Pastor Mark Burns. Can we give God praise for him right now? The rise of spiritual diplomats as we pray today. The road of faith is not a road that is sometimes easy to get on. It takes courage, it takes boldness, it takes wanting to lay aside your differences to come together for a common good. What the Lord is saying today is that there are now adults who have turned into children who will walk by faith. Adults sometimes want to have their way, but children say whatever the Father says. We want us to come together as children of God, to get on this journey together, as Pastor Mark Burns has laid this out, that we need to solve the problems around this world. You are the solutionaries that have come together. Give yourself a hand for being the solutionaries. The psalm says, praise ye the Lord, in Psalms 133, as I pray this scripture. Behold, how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. So, Father, we come to you now, Lord, as you said in your word. Let this anointing now flow upon this wonderful spiritual diplomat service, that let it flow, oh God, from the head. As Pastor Mark Burns has seen this in his heart, let it flow down, oh God, to every person that is in this room and those that may be watching afar off. Let it flow so that, oh God, everything that is disjointed may come together in the spirit of unity. Let it flow until, oh God, every, oh God, type of defrailment and defragment, anything that cannot be joined together, let it be, oh God, put away and lay it aside so that the true unity can manifest in this room today. Father, we thank you, Lord, for a growing surge, oh God, of faith that is now rising in the hearts of men and women that have come together to solve the problems, oh God, that make for peace around this world. This whole globe needs, oh God, peace. And so therefore, Father, we command the blessing to come now, that every heart, every mind, every soul, every person gathered together here today will now begin to get a divine download because of the anointing. It'll come, and your solutions, your way of doing things will unite with men and women across this globe, and we shall solve the problems of this earth, and this earth will be blessed because of your faith. We thank you now. We thank you, Heavenly Father, that you chose us for such a time as this. Bless Pastor Mark Burns. Keep his heart, oh God, secure and safe in you, and allow these roads that have never met before, now we are joined together, and the earth will be better for it because of us. We thank you for it now. It's in the name of the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, in Yeshua HaMashiach, the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. We thank you for it now. It is so, and it is done. Let everyone in this room that touches and agrees say amen. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound privilege to introduce a special video address prepared exclusively for this conference from a figure of immense global significance. Please direct your full attention to the screen for a message from the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
I just want to congratulate and thank Pastor Mark Burns. He's been my friend for a long time, and he's been with me from the very beginning, and we very much appreciate it. But on the great job that he's done, so many people believe so strongly in him. So God bless you, Pastor Burns, and keep going forward. We have a world that's very troubled, as you know. It's troubled, I think, perhaps like never before, but we'll solve the problem one way or the other. Thank you very much for the great job you've done, Mark, and keep it up.
It is now my distinct privilege to introduce our host and the leader of the International Interfaith Conference, United in Liberty, the Rise of Spiritual Diplomats, Pastor Mark Burns. There's more. Pastor Burns serves as a spiritual advisor to President Donald Trump and is the chairman of the Spiritual Diplomats, standing at the vital intersection of faith, diplomacy, and public life. He's also the founder of the Harvest Praise and Worship Center and the co-founder of the Now television network, extending his influence across faith, media, and global engagement. Pastor Burns boldly promotes unity and justice. Through quiet diplomacy and principled leadership, he engages in spaces where traditional politics often cannot reach, building bridges, fostering reconciliation, and advancing peace. Pastor Burns.
I love you. Wow, wow. Well, you may be seated, First of all, thank you all so much to all of you faith leaders that are here. Can you just give yourself a really big hand clap? I can't hear nobody. Now, I say this everywhere I go, whether I'm at the synagogue or whether I'm at the mosque. I say this everywhere. Can we pretend for a brief moment that you're at a Black Baptist church in South Carolina and just open your mouth? To all of you wonderful, wonderful leaders from around the world, it blesses me so much to see you that are here. To ALLATRA and to Creative Society and to all of the wonderful volunteers from around the world that has helped make this happen. I just believe that we are truly the answer to ending true wars in this world and bringing world peace. You that are in this room right now, your voice matters. And I believe that in a society where we are breaking down barriers, in a society where division walls are being drawn up, it is we, the faith leaders of this world, that don't carry weapons, we carry wisdom. We don't carry policies, we care about people. And that's why we are here today. It is so important to me that you gather this in your heart, in your spirit. I don't care what your faith is. I know that regardless of what you believe, we stand in unity on peace and love. We are the advocates to speak for the voiceless. If you agree, say yes to that. If you agree, shout yes to that. Yes. We are here in our nation's capital to declare to the world, we would not be silent. We would not be moved by the divisions of this world, but we will stand for the voiceless. We will stand for those that need an advocate. We will work together to let the whole world know that there are more of us who desire peace in this world than those that desire power. Are you with me? Say yes to that. Yes. And so you will hear from some great men of faith, women of faith, influencers from all over the world. I pray that you stay all the way to the end because you do not want to miss not one word. But not only that, we will have a commissioning and pinning ceremony of new spiritual diplomats that will declare to the world, I will make a vow to stand for the voiceless and stand for those that need an advocate to speak for them. Are you a spiritual diplomat? That's the question you need to be asking yourself. Are you willing to go to the leaders of the world? Are you willing to bring a ceasefire in conflict zones around the world? Are you willing to go to the front lines? Are you willing to speak to those on the local level, the state level, the national level, or the international level? Are you willing to be an advocate for those that need your voice? regardless of your faith, you are a global leader. Your voice matters. We have dignitaries from all over the world that are here. And so it is time that faith and public life come together like never before. And we formulate an army of spiritual diplomats that would go behind the scenes, that will speak to the kings of the world, reminding them that why they have the power that's been given to them by the people. That power that's been bestowed upon them is not so that they may be empowered or rich, but they may use this power to speak to those that are less and to raise up those that need a helping hand. That's why you're here today. And together with all the faiths that are coming from around the world, this is what the world should look like. We are the true representation of human life and human dignity. This is a charge that you will receive today, to be a true spiritual diplomat. That you would go to your Muslim brother, you would go to your Jewish brother, you would go to your Christian brother, whatever the faith is, your Hindu brother, your Buddhist brother, whatever your faith is, regardless of what you believe or how you pray, you will stand on the fact that we are united in peace and in unity and in love. That's why you're here. And I pray that you received a mantle, a charge to go out back to your countries, to go out back to your states, to go out to your provinces, to speak to the kings of your world, to speak to the leaders of politics and political world, and to remind them that you will be the voice of moral compass in their life, and remind them when they veer off and they start serving self-interest, you will be a voice to bring them back to the center and remind them who they are and why God has selected them in leadership. Let's bring peace to the world. Let's end the conflicts of the world. There's so much more that we're going to be doing together. This is not just a meeting. I need you to understand me clearly. If you're here just to be one of the number, if you're here just to take pictures, we don't need you nor want you. But if you truly here to roll up your sleeves and become the pit bulls of the world, and remind the leaders that you will not be silent, you will not be moved, but you will stand for those that are lost. You will lead the marches where there may need to be marches led. You will speak up for those that are being killed viciously. You would not be just keyboard warriors, but you would advocate for those that desperately need your leadership. If you agree with me, say yes to that. So that's why you're here. We're uniting the world together. And we started right here in our nation's capital. God bless you. Thank you all so much. There's much more to come. Please, please, stay to the end. You want to be commissioned. You want to be commissioned as a true spiritual diplomat, where you receive one of these spiritual diplomat pins that you wear with pride, that you're telling the world, I am a leader you could call on. I am a leader that will stand in the gap. I will always fight for those that need a voice and a helping hand. God bless you. Thank you all so much.
We now turn our attention to the screens for a brief presentation on the mission of spiritual diplomats. This video will help us understand who spiritual diplomats are and provide historical examples of them.
When most people think of diplomacy, they picture negotiators in suits moving between governments to strike deals. Spiritual diplomats operate differently. A spiritual diplomat is a faith leader who steps into spaces where politics, treaties, and traditional negotiations have failed. They don't carry weapons or political power. Instead, they bring wisdom, moral authority, and a commitment to peace rooted in faith. At its core, the Spiritual Diplomats movement is about advancing peace, protecting religious freedom, and defending human dignity across nations and faith traditions. These leaders represent the conscience of humanity. They include pastors, priests, imams, rabbis, and other faith voices who work together beyond political lines to foster dialogue and reconciliation. Their work is driven by shared values like safety for children, dignity and freedom for all people, justice, and the right to worship without fear. The model of spiritual diplomacy draws inspiration from historical figures whose faith guided them into spaces of conflict and division. People like Reverend Billy Graham, who stood before world leaders with courage and conviction, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, who worked alongside Christian, Jewish, and political leaders to foster understanding and protect religious minorities, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who fought apartheid with faith and moral clarity, Gandhi, whose nonviolent resistance reshaped a nation, Dr. Martin Luther King, who stated that he dreams of a day where you're not judged by your color, but by the content of your character, and other interfaith leaders, who showed that moral courage can change the course of history. But spiritual diplomats don't only focus on big symbolic acts. They engage in quiet diplomacy by meeting with leaders in sensitive contexts, create safe spaces for interfaith dialogue, stand with refugees and persecuted communities, and advocate for religious freedom in global forums. They also work in conflict mediation, helping calm tensions, rebuild trust, and open the door to reconciliation where political solutions have stalled. A spiritual diplomat is not defined by nationality, title, or political office. A spiritual diplomat is defined by moral authority, by the courage to stand in places of tension and say that peace, dignity, and freedom of belief still matter. This movement also brings people together across faith lines. Events like the International Interfaith Conference, titled United in Liberty, the Rise of the Spiritual Diplomats, convene religious leaders from around the world to talk about practical paths to peace, grounded in shared values and mutual respect. This movement is intentionally interfaith. It does not ask leaders to compromise their beliefs. It asks them to stand shoulder to shoulder around shared values: the protection of life, the safety of children, the freedom to worship without fear, justice rooted in compassion, peace built on truth. Ultimately, being a spiritual diplomat means working at the intersection of faith and public life to remind the world that real leadership serves humanity. It is a form of moral engagement that seeks to heal divisions, uphold freedom of belief, and show that peace is possible when faith leaders walk together, not as political actors, but as peacemakers and advocates for human dignity. This is the calling of a spiritual diplomat: to walk into difficult spaces with wisdom, to listen before speaking, and to lead, not with authority alone, but with good moral conscience. Are you a spiritual diplomat?
Traveling to us from Europe, we welcome George Simeon, President of the Alliance for the Union of Romanians, a courageous freedom fighter and defender of Christian rights. He brings a vital presentation on faith at the crossroads. He speaks to us today on how Romania's spiritual resilience offsets a lesson for a divided world.
Thank you. It is with great pride that I am part of this movement. It is with great pride that I am the first speaker in this conference. And it is with great pride that I share the same values with Pastor Burns. We come from Romania, a country where until recently You could have been jailed and punished for your belief. A country where the horrible experiment of communism tried to promote atheism. And the key to world peace, the key to global understanding, the key to prosperity is through God, is through faith, is through spiritual diplomats. We are here in Washington with a big delegation of members of the European Parliament and the Romanian Parliament, over 40 diplomats who are here to speak about a horrific attack on human dignity. In Romania, the elections have been annulled. In Romania, democracy has been annulled by wicked people who have no faith, no God, and do not like President Donald Trump. I am sure that all of us gathered here today think about world peace. I am sure that, like Pastor Burns advocated, we must find a solution for peace in Ukraine. I am sure that in Gaza, we must adopt the Trump solution for peace. And in the Middle East, I was speaking with Rabbi Duvi Honig earlier. There are so many rabbis here in this interfaith dialogue. We must bring peace. And we are here in Washington, an example of democracy and world peace. You have a great leader for at least 3 more years. And we must follow on the footsteps on Donald Trump for our nations, for our religions. Thank you, great friend. Thank you for what you are doing. And count on us, on the Romanian people, for world peace and for spiritual diplomats.
Our next speaker is Brock Pierce, a renowned futurist, philanthropist, and the co-founder of the Tether and the EOS ecosystem. He is a visionary who understands that in times of crisis, action cannot wait for the government. He will speak on the critical role of private citizens and technology in humanitarian aid.
Well, what an honor and a privilege it is to be here with all of you today. And, specific thanks to Pastor Mark Burns, who I've had the great pleasure of working with on a number of initiatives. And this is as exciting as any of them because it is global in nature. And on behalf of all the Ukrainians that are here, this is one of them. And we've got a few other surprises I think we'll see in the months to come. But what a pleasure. I think it's worth talking, for a moment about the world, as it is right now. The world is changing rapidly. Technology has been creating uncertainty about what is our role, who am I, why am I here? And so there's a lot of fear in the world. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world and a lot of doubt that's leading to polarization and division from our technologies and tools. And what is the answer to all of that, in these moments? Faith. Faith is the answer to FUD. When you're feeling lost and you don't know where to go, faith is the answer. And that's what's brought us all together here today, is that we all believe in something more than our current moment, our present reality. We understand that there is a plan, that our life has meaning, and that we have a purpose for being here. And we just have to step into that, right? We have to say yes. Yes to being the spiritual diplomats, those of us that are so blessed and appointed to be in a position to engage with the leaders of the world and speak up, to use those connections and our voices to make that impact, in the world. And so how do we deal with, the current reality, conspiracies that have replaced trust, tribalism that is replacing dialogue, ideology that has been replacing wisdom, Again, I think the answer to all of it is how do we continue to find our faith to overcome these challenges so that we can find that peace. We'll be doing another trip to Ukraine here soon, and Jordan, Israel, and Bethlehem. And, for those that take an interest in any of these journeys, please, connect with us. And so, what is spiritual diplomacy to me? It's the ability to engage with those nations and cultures and people through their deepest source of meaning, belief and identity, where it's not just about power, policy, and pressure, but it's those things that transcend our typical negotiations and bringing it back to purpose, bringing it back to dignity, that narrative and moral authority, one nation under God, right? And that's what we're all here for. So I'm so grateful to be able to speak and share this time with all of you and continue to do this, perform this great work in the world together. God bless all of you, and thank you for your presence and participation in this great work.
Now it is my distinct honor to introduce a video address by Rabbi Shlomo Moshe Amar, the former Sephardic Chief Rabbi of Israel and Jerusalem.
I am happy to bless the attendees of the International Interfaith Conference in the capital city, Washington, in the United States, which comes to share opinions and exchange views between religious leaders in order to increase love, brotherhood, and peace among the nations. We see that America's been blessed with a dear and important president, the Honorable President Donald J. Trump, a lover of peace and a pursuer of peace. And I'm confident that this initiative also comes from Pastor Mark Burns, who President Trump appointed to lead this initiative. I met Pastor Mark Burns in New York, and his entire goal is to increase friendship and brotherhood among nations. This is a very, very blessed thing, to bring about understanding that will prevent wars and prevent great troubles and will increase good life among people, among religions, and among nations. May it be God's will that the blessing of the Lord rests upon you. Do correct things for the good of the entire universe and all inhabitants of the world. And may we hear and be heralded with good news, peace, and blessing. Amen. Amen.
Now we are honored to hear from Rabbi Asher Lopating, a great Rhodes Scholar and the Director of Community Relations at the Jewish Federation of Greater Ann Arbor, Michigan. He has recently led multiple delegations to Syria. A true spiritual diplomat, he speaks today on the new Syria and the religious imperative to build bridges with nations, often deemed adversaries.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be presenting at this International Interfaith Conference of Spiritual Diplomats, United in Liberty. My deep gratitude to Pastor Mark Burns and all the organizers and participants. There's an old Jewish joke that mixes humor with some warning. If we don't heed the word of God, a man's house is caught in a great flood. He sees a large piece of wood floating by, but instead of grabbing it, he says to himself, I'm going to wait for God, for the God that I pray to. Then miraculously, someone from a boat throws him a life jacket. The man says, no, I'm waiting for God to send me God's relief. Soon a helicopter swoops overhead and sends down a ladder, and the man refuses to get on because he says, I'm waiting for God to save me. Well, eventually the water swallows him up. He dies, goes to heaven, and at the pearly gate he demands of God, or St. Peter, if you're Christian, where were you, God? I prayed to you for salvation, you ignored me. And God, or St. Peter, says, who do you think sent the wood? Who sent the boat? Who sent the helicopter? Well, the lesson is that God sometimes sends us the greatest of opportunities, and it is our important responsibility to seize them and not ignore them. And I feel that the new Syria is a great opportunity for America, for the Middle East, and for the Jewish state of Israel. But it takes someone with vision like our great President of the United States to realize what an opportunity it is. Weeks after Ahmad al-Sharaa, Abu Jalani defeated Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian dictator who killed 1 million of his own people, I got a call from my good friend, Dr. Yahya Basha, a Syrian Muslim doctor whose family had been murdered by the Assad regime. It was clear to Dr. Basha, and he said clear to many Syrians, that it was Israel's defeat of Hezbollah and weakening of Iran that gave the Syrian rebels the ability to oust Assad. And Dr. Basha was celebrating. Dr. Basha is a spiritual diplomat who, in addition to building MRI clinics all over Detroit, has dedicated himself to building bridges with the Jewish community over the decades and trying to lead the Muslim community in the direction of peace. So with Dr. Basha's influence and perhaps an awareness that the new Syria owed Israel for their success, the Sharaa government invited Jews to return to Syria for the first time in 30 years. Dr. Basha told me I needed to go just 2 months after the new government came to power. Yes, the government understood that good relations with the Jewish community meant good things for Syria. Sanctions relief, business opportunities, the ear of President Trump. Good for the Syrian government, recognizing how the Jewish people can be allies and not enemies. And that took a lot of vision and independent thinking. Syrians were always taught that Jews in Israel were the enemy. Now we had a leader of Syria who understood exactly the opposite. And we were welcomed by everyone in Syria as Americans. But even more impressive, when people saw that I was Jewish by seeing my kippah coming out of a synagogue in Damascus, they celebrated. Jews returning to Syria meant that Assad was truly gone. Since this first February trip, I have returned twice, leading 2 Jewish delegations, one with an Israeli reporter, David Horowitz. I wore my kippah everywhere and received the same joyous welcome from teenagers, from kids to older adults, and even armed guards who wanted to take their picture with me. At our visit with the president of the University of Damascus, I openly told faculty, students, and administrators that yes, I am a Zionist, and I hope that Syria and Israel will become best friends. And while some were surprised, most understood. And I believe sincerely that the Sharaa administration understands. For over a decade, Syrians were tortured and killed by Assad's allies, Hezbollah and Iran and Russia. And Hezbollah alone killed tens of thousands of Syrians. So now Syria and its leadership understand that those who obsess with destroying Israel and America, Hezbollah, Iran, ISIS, Houthis, they are not friends. They are enemies of the new Syria, just as they are enemies of Israel and America. So after 3 trips, meeting with the Minister of the Muslim Waqf, the Minister of the Economy and Labor and Social Affairs, and many, many in the Foreign Office, I now am invited 2 more times to bring Jewish leaders, business leaders, and rabbis. And I can say with faith that a strong, unified Syria can be a great ally of America and Israel. God bless President Donald Trump for seeing this early on when he met with Sharaa in May. And now, as a strong supporter of Israel, I ask Israel to understand this. I believe God is sending America and Israel the wood, the boat, the helicopter. Israel has to figure out how to use all these opportunities while maintaining security. But I believe having a strong, unified Syria can be the best allies for Israel's security against its greatest enemies. Part of being a spiritual diplomat is seeing diplomacy and building unlikely bridges and breaking down old, outdated divisions and seeing that all, as the pastor said, as holy work accomplished by trusting in God to guide us into crucial opportunities, to the boat, to the helicopter. At these times, I think of the courage that it took for the great Martin Luther King to join with rabbis and Jewish leaders to fight together. Folks with different religions and backgrounds, but united in spirit and understanding and a respect for all human beings created in God's image. That is the courage needed to follow everything we see in the new Syria and Israel. And with America's blessing and hard work, Israel, Syria, America, and all those who love and want peace can be the greatest of friends and allies to prevail together against the forces against peace that surround both countries in the ultimate victory of light over darkness. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please welcome His Excellency Sheikh Ashraf Effendi, a distinguished Sufi master from the Naqshbandi order and a global peace ambassador. Sheikh Effendi came here all the way from Germany. He brings us wisdom from the Sufi tradition on the theme, "In God We Trust," emphasizing the key role of rope of God and divine blessing. And we will have a translator.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Möget ihr alle im Namen des Herrn gesegnet, gegrüßt und von seinem Lichte geführt sein.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. In the name of the Lord, may you be greeted and blessed and guided by His light forever.
Zweifellos ist dies eine himmlische Zusammenkunft und das Werk göttlicher Inspiration.
This is a divine meeting and standing under divine inspiration of God.
Und so wie Allah, der Herr, alle Welten und alle Seelen es wollte, haben wir es für eine heilige Zusammenkunft hier zusammengefunden.
And as God wanted, guiding all the beings on this planet, we have found our way here to this meeting.
Ewiger Dank sei dem Herrn der Welten sowie den Organisatoren, die diese göttliche Inspiration realisiert haben.
Immense gratitude to the organizers of this event and the volunteers that are here and everyone today invited.
Wir werden uns noch später bei Ihnen bedanken, ausführlich bedanken noch. Doch wir haben jetzt nicht die Zeit. Bevor die rote Karte gezeigt wird, müssen wir zum Thema kommen.
At a later point, we will express our gratitude to the organizers in more detail and with the appreciation they deserve, but now our time is running out.
Wie wahr, bei allen Friedensveranstaltungen zuvor haben wir noch nie so eine Hoffnung gehegt wie bei dieser.
Truly, at all previous peace events, we have never had as much hope as we do at this one.
Denn eine Veranstaltung dieser Art, die Politik und Spiritualität miteinander verbindet, findet zum ersten Mal statt und dies ausgerechnet an einem Ort, von dem aus die Welt politisch, wirtschaftlich, sogar militärisch beeinflusst und geführt wird.
For an event of this kind, which combines politics and spirituality, is taking place for the very first time. And this, of all places, in a location from which the world is influenced and controlled politically, economically, and even militarily.
So wie wir es verstanden haben, geht es um die Freiheit des Glaubens und um die Zusammenarbeit von Politik und Spiritualität.
As we understand it, this here is about freedom of belief and about the cooperation of politics and spirituality.
Oh ihr Edlen, was denkt ihr? Wie können wir die religiösen Führer, spirituelle Autoritäten oder Diplomaten dazu beitragen, die Freiheit des Glaubens und eine Zusammenarbeit mit der politischen Führung zu realisieren?
So what do you think? How can we, the religious leaders, spiritual authorities and diplomats, contribute to realizing freedom of faith and cooperation with political leaders?
Müssten wir dafür nicht zuerst selbst in unsere eigenen Reihen die Ketten des Extremismus sprengen und unseren Glauben von jedem Extremismus befreien?
Don't we have first to break the chains of extremism ourselves within our own ranks and free our faith from all extremism?
Wie wahr, Keine Glaubensgemeinschaft ist frei von Extremismus, dem Satansvirus.
Truly, no religious community is free from extremism, the virus of Satan.
Wie können wir als Menschen des Glaubens dann Frieden und Glaubensfreiheit schaffen unter den Geschöpfen der Menschen?
How can we, as people of faith, create peace and freedom of belief among the Lord's creatures?
Um Extremismus im eigenen Glauben zu bekämpfen, müssen wir selbst, also wir, die Vertreter unseres Glaubens, konsequent an den goldenen Regeln, dem göttlichen Kodex festhalten.
So in order to combat extremism in our own faith, we ourselves, we, the representatives of our faith, must consistently adhere to the golden rules, the divine code.
Zum Beispiel im Islam. Wer einen Menschen tötet, ist, als hätte er die gesamte Menschheit getötet.
For instance, in Islam, whoever kills a human being is as if he has killed all of humanity.
Zum Beispiel im Judentum. Du sollst nicht töten und du sollst nicht begehren, was dem anderen gehört.
For example, in Judaism, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet what belongs to another.
Zum Beispiel im Christentum. Liebe deinen Nächsten wie dich selbst.
For instance, in Christianity, love your neighbor as thyself.
O ihr edlen Diener des glorreichen Herrn, wisset, nur wenn wir die Kodizes der Religion des Glaubens ernst nehmen, sie an höchste Stelle setzen, achten und als das Seil Gottes festhalten, können wir eine gute Beziehung zu unserem Schöpfer aufbauen, dem einen und einzigen Herrn.
O noble servants of the glorious Lord, know that only when we take the codes of the religions of faith seriously, put them first, respect them, and hold tight to them as to the rope of God, can we build a good relationship with our Creator, the one and only Lord.
Ohne Zweifel, nur er kann uns den Frieden schenken.
Moreover, only He can gift us peace.
Denn nur er, der Glorreiche, ist der Herr des Friedens. Natürlich bedient er sich stets eines Werkzeuges für alles, was auf Erden geschieht, auch für einen wahrhaftigen Frieden in der Welt.
For only He, the glorious one, is the Lord of peace. Of course, He always uses a tool for everything that happens on earth, including for true peace in the world.
Möge Präsident Trump derjenige sein, der dazu berufen ist, Frieden in die Welt zu setzen, da er auch die Macht besitzt, dies zu realisieren.
May President Trump be the one called upon to bring peace to the world, as he also has the power to make this happen.
Möge er dafür mit einem himmlischen Friedenspreis vom Herrn des Friedens selbst gekrönt werden. Eine Auszeichnung, die niemandem zuvor zuteil wurde.
And may he be crowned with a heavenly peace prize from the Lord of peace himself, an honor that has never been bestowed upon anyone before.
Mr. Trump don't need Nobel Prize. Doch zurück zum Thema. Für die Freiheit des Glaubens müssen die Religionsgemeinschaften zunächst in Aufrichtigkeit zusammenkommen und füreinander Sorge tragen.
But back to the topic at hand. For the freedom of faith, religious communities must first come together in sincerity and care for each other.
So dass wir innerhalb unserer jeweiligen Gemeinden Buddhisten, Juden, Christen, Muslime, Indogene und so weiter sind, uns jedoch in der Öffentlichkeit nicht entlang dieser Zugehörigkeiten voneinander abgrenzen.
So that within our respective communities, we're Buddhists, Jews, Christians, Muslims, indigenous peoples, etc., but in public, we do not separate ourselves from one another along these lines.
Nein, für uns selbst sind wir die Buddhisten, die Indigenen, die Christen, die Juden, die Muslime. Doch in der Öffentlichkeit müssen wir uns zeigen, Hand in Hand als Allianz der Gläubigen.
No. For ourselves, we are Buddhists, indigenous people, Christian, Jews, Muslims. But in public, we must show ourselves hand in hand as an alliance of believers.
Titel und Namen der Religion in der Öffentlichkeit, wie Judentum, Christentum und Islam, werden uns nur voneinander trennen und entfremden, und das darf auf keinen Fall mehr geschehen.
Titles and names of religions in public, such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, will only separate and alienate us from one another. This must not be allowed to happen again.
Lass uns daher laut und deutlich dieses Verständnis der ganzen Welt zu erkennen geben und stark betonen, wir sind die Rabbaniun, wir sind die Gottergebenen.
Let us therefore make this understanding known loud and clear to the whole world and emphasize strongly, we are the Rabbaniyun, we are the God-devoted.
Und mehr noch, erheben wir von diesem Ort aus unsere Stimme, von jenem Ort, von dem die Geschicke der Welt politisch, wirtschaftlich und militärisch gelenkt werden. Wir richten unseren Ruf an die politischen Führungen und Regierenden, alle Länder und Völker dieser Erde und sagen,
and more than that, let us raise our voices from this place, from the place where the fate of the world is controlled politically, economically, and militarily. We address our call to the political leaders and rulers of all countries and peoples of this earth and say,
so wie auf dem US-Dollarschein die Worte in God we trust geschrieben stehen, möge auch das Gebäude der United Nations jene Worte tragen. Worte, die das Vertrauen der US-Bürger geprägt und ihre Währung zur wirtschaftlichen Weltgeltung geführt haben. In God we trust.
Just as the words, in God we trust, are written on the US dollar bill, may the United Nations building also bear those words. Words that have shaped the trust of US citizens and led their currency to global economic significance. In God we trust.
Und mehr noch, im Gebäude der United Nations sollte unbedingt ein House of Believers errichtet werden. Ein Ort, an dem die religiösen und spirituellen Autoritäten der Welt als vereinte Gemeinschaft der Gläubigen zusammenkommen, um bei den Entscheidungen über die Zukunft der Menschheit mit der politischen Führung, mit geistiger Stimme der Menschheit mitzuwirken.
And furthermore, in the United Nations building, a house of the believers should definitely be established, a place where the religious and spiritual authorities of the world come together as a united community of believers, where they come together to participate in decisions about the future of humanity with political leaders as a spiritual voice of humanity.
Denn wir haben gesehen, dass Politik allein nicht ausreicht für Frieden und für eine glückliche Menschheit.
For we have seen that politics alone is not enough for peace and for a happy humanity.
Wenn die Politik der Körper der Menschheit ist, so ist der Glaube die Seele der Menschheit. Der eine kann ohne den anderen nicht existieren.
If politics is the body of humanity, then faith is the soul of humanity. One cannot exist without the other.
Möge Allah der Herr alle Seelen, diese Konferenz und ihre Organisatoren, Teilnehmenden segnen und mit seinem Licht führen.
May God bless this conference and all the participants in this conference and hear all of us with his ears.
May Allah Almighty bless and guide you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to introduce Rabbi Duvi Honig, founder and CEO of the Orthodox Jewish Chamber of Commerce. He has dedicated his life to uniting communities through economic cooperation. Today, he speaks on commerce as common ground, exploring how business can protect religious freedom and democratic integrity.
Thank you. Thank you all, thank you all, thank you all. Before I begin, I want to thank Pastor Mark Burns for his leadership, partnership, and tireless efforts in bringing today's International Interfaith Conference together. Thank you. I skimmed through the topics, and I wanted to tell you, Pastor, that they couldn't have been more on target, and my short remarks are going to include all three of them: religious persecution, children protection, and spiritual diplomacy. This past Sunday, I attended a concert, the largest Jewish concert on the Northeast, that left the entire room silenced. Alon Hill, a 24-year-old pianist, kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival on October 7th and held in Hamas tunnels surrounded by complete darkness without seeing sunlight for 505 days, told us that the only thing, Pastor, that kept him sane and alive was saying Shema Yisrael every day. Then he sat at the piano in the auditorium and played Shema Yisrael. There was not a dry eye in the room. That moment says everything. Freedom alone does not bring happiness, purpose, or light. Faith does. When faith is pushed aside, even free societies become confused and hollow. We are seeing the consequences today. The woke movement over the past decade or so, and let's not forget what happened to women's rights, has tried to erase religion from public life. They ridicule moral boundaries and punish those who openly live by their faiths and basic truths, leaving a generation unanchored, divided, and increasingly hostile to one another, all in the name of democracy. That means all us religious leaders, we were absolute with the woke movement because we kept the Shabbat. We didn't want to go to work, so we had to file those briefs to protect religion. Christians on Sunday, all those things. A man, a woman, who's a man, who's a woman. Would you believe that today the Supreme Court's using our taxpayer dollars to decide if a man's a woman's a man? Come on. And I want to go on a little more over here, okay? The woke movement, anti-Semitism, confusion, anger, is not how it was during the Holocaust. It's very different. We have simple, confused children in the next generation. Imagine if you're told two men are your parent. Imagine if you taught, follow the science, follow the biology, follow science. Okay, I'm following it. COVID, follow science. Okay, I'm following it. So how could you tell me in school that a man's a woman and a woman's a man? That brings inner anger. That brings frustration. That brings confusion to the next generation. That destroys our country, our nation, our values. They are a hijacking democracy. We are here today to claim it back. Thank you, Pastor. We owe gratitude to President Donald Trump for taking a clear stand against the woke movement. And we all know the lack of stories, people saying he's abusing women. He's the one who's standing up to protect women. There's another issue I want to discuss. And I'm over here, by the way, I'm not wearing any gloves. I'm here, I told the pastor when he spoke, whoever's here for pictures, please leave. You know, we're not here for that. We want takeaways. We want to discuss topics that empower us. We want to discuss topics that empower us all together as faith leaders, that we could stand together and represent our communities without being intimidated or threatened when we speak up, because that happens way too often. And this is a topic that I want to bring up and work with everyone together with Pastor. Too often, political faith-based liaisons and appointees by the government specifically abused authority entrusted to them. Instead of compassion, there's silence when we reach out to them for help. Instead of dialogue, there's intimidation. Duvi, if you make this public, and you speak up and you complain to President Trump that I didn't include the Jewish communities in Nassau County or Rockland County or 770, the Chabad community reached out to me for over a year. The Jewish liaison didn't respond to him. And I have a whole list of the biggest communities. And then I have a tweet from President Donald Trump who said that Lakewood, New Jersey, where I reside, is the #1 supporter of him, the Orthodox community. And we built it. 2016, Donald Trump, the Trump organization was a sponsor by my event, and we built his network with him. And still our community goes ignored. And I spoke up against this, and I got threats from the Jewish liaison from the White House, and he blackmailed me and cut me out of the Hanukkah party because I spoke up. And I am calling him out. Resign. We need to speak up and have people represent the president who represents the president's interests. People who stand by empowering faith-based leaders, not intimidating faith-based leaders. When we stand together like this, our different divisions, different departments, in the White House, in government, and I was threatened by state when I endorsed Lee Zeldin. I was threatened by state liaisons because of the crash, smash, and grabs, and they said you won't have any place with the new administration because you stood up for them. When I called out President Biden's team for hosting a hate-based summit, blaming it on the Jews, blaming it on Jersey City, blaming it on Rockland County attacks, blaming it on anti-Semitism, but not including one Orthodox Jew, I called them out for it, and the White House took a fight with me, and the Jewish liaison cut me out then as well because I spoke up for what's right. But I work with the other liaisons, I work with the government, I work with the administration itself, and I'm able to help community leaders day in, day out because I'm above them. But it's those communities who reach out to me that I have to bypass on their behalf that we have to speak out for. On another note, in a multi-billion-dollar economic stimulation creating thousands of jobs in the U.S., New Jersey will host FIFA 2026. And we, the Orthodox Jewish Chamber of Commerce, are taking the lead, working with the new administration in New Jersey to form. And I met with the Lieutenant Governor. He came to my JBIZ Expo, and we had a meeting for a half hour about this. And he's also a pastor. He wanted to be here today, but he was just sworn in, and he couldn't make it. I spoke to him about forming a FIFA faith-based committee, using the world's largest sporting platform to bring people closer together, promote respect across faiths and cultures, and unite rather than divide. Not like Europe. We're going to set over here in the United States, we're going to set that tone that sports unites people, doesn't divide people. I want to pause from personal note. Today, January 22nd, is my birthday. And it is also the 21st wedding anniversary of President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania. On behalf of our community, the Orthodox Jewish Chamber of Commerce, Pastor Burns and his team, we extend our warm congratulations and wishes and continues strength and leadership. Our chairman, J. Morton Davis, who couldn't be here today, he's close to 100, the close friend of the president, for half a century, sends his congratulations to the president. And final, I also want to announce today, as the founder of the Morris Katz Foundation, together with my partners, Alan Dershowitz, Elon Carr, former U.S. Special Envoy and Monitor to Combat Anti-Semitism and CEO of IAC today, Malcolm Homeline, Mayor Izzy Spitzer of New Square, and the Morris Katz Foundation Committee, that we, the Jewish community, have nominated President Donald Trump for the Morris Katz Presidential Legacy Award for President's Day 2026. Morris Katz was a Holocaust survivor, twice Guinness World Record holder, who spent 6 years painting every U.S. president in old master style with millions of postcards sold from him, never to take freedom or leadership for granted as a Holocaust survivor inspired by Kennedy's assassination to show appreciation to our president. In that same spirit, after efforts to diminish President's Day just 2 years ago, amid renewed threats to religious freedom, we proudly advance this nomination following prior honorees Ambassador Mike Huckabee and President Isaac Herzog from Israel, who took leadership stands putting American democracy first, carrying the artist's presidential collection message of appreciation to all. This is Newsmax President's Day article, and this goes to the children of the next generation to teach them what appreciation, what patriotism stands for. And I finish over here. It's called Educating the Next Generation. If we don't know what President's Day stands for, if we don't know what President Trump is doing today, and we just build with hate coming from the woke movement, good luck to the next generation. Thank you, Pastor Burns, for your leadership. Thank you to your team. Thank you to all. And I am going to hand you this to hand to the President, put on his table.
Thank you. Our next distinguished speaker is Sir Professor Dr. Gabriel Paupe Andreoli, President of the Institute for Advanced Studies and Cooperation and an ethical AI leader affiliated with the Vatican. A polymath in medicine and ethics, he addresses the shift from law to conscience, discussing the future of global governance.
It's a true honor to be here, and I wanted to thank ALLATRA and Pastor Burns for inviting me. I had the good fortune of having them at the Vatican, at the Pontifical Academy of Science a few months ago, and it was a great honor, and I think united we stand. And also I brought a little present for you. So it's a rosary from the Holy Father. It's been blessed, and you know, so I wanted to take this little time to give it to you.
Man, thank you. Wow. Holiness.
So the Holy Father is always with us and in our heart.
Wow,
thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
What is that? So special. Wow.
I'm going to try to read this, and because I think it's important. We're standing in a threshold of a new era, and I need your help. We all need to stay together. So esteemed spiritual leaders and diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, we're living in a time of extraordinary paradox. Never before has humanity possessed such technological power, scientific knowledge, and global connectivity. Yet never we face such a systemic fragility, polarization, and planetary risk. This paradox reveals something essential. The central challenge of our time is no longer technological, but political, constitutional, and ethical architecture. At WEF in Davos yesterday, leaders have spoken of the essential need for a new world order, and it was about time. We've been working on it for the last few years. In recent days, I was at the Vatican seeking guidance from His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See, and we reflected on a question that is at once urgent and hopeful. How can humanity move beyond fragmented effort and begin to shape a shared constitutional pathway for peace, for human dignity, and for regeneration of our Mother Earth? And by the way, I think Kathleen Rogers is here with us, and she was a great inspiration. Kathleen, are here? Or maybe she's... Oh, okay, great. Thank you for being with us. How can we transition from sustainability to flourishing? The conclusion was clear. We must work together through institution, through commitments, and through technological guarantees, because what humanity needs today is not merely a better tools, but a new framework of trust. A framework capable of translating ethical intention into credible, verifiable, enforceable cooperation across borders, systems, and generations. For many years, sustainability has guided political discourse. To sustain is to hold, to resist, to maintain balance, and balance, when treated as an end rather than as a phase, becomes stasis. In living system, biological, social, and civilizational stasis is not life. The challenge we face, climate instability, geopolitical conflict, inequality, and the concentration of technological power, cannot be solved by containment alone. This is why we must move from sustainability to flourishing. Flourishing is not theoretic. It's a principle of governance. To flourish means to design economic, political, and technological system that generates more life, more dignity, more trust, and more shared prosperity over time. Sustainability asks, how do we survive longer? Flourishing asks, how do we harmonize and strive together? Flourishing is generative, and the pathway to flourishing is harmony. The alignment of freedom with responsibility, innovation with ethics, sovereignty with cooperation, and progress with protection and trust. For the first time in human history, the vision is no longer confined to moral aspiration. We now possess the technological platform capable of making it real. An enabling infrastructure that allows ethics to move from intention to implementation, ethical systemic intelligence, supporting decision making while preserving human accountability and dignity. The centralized blockchain system ensuring transparency, trust, and international integrity beyond centralized power. Quantum and post-quantum science, strengthening security and transforming state strategy, because in an interconnected world, domination produces instability, while cooperation generates anti-fragility. So, for the first time in human history, finally, the convergence of changes is the very logic of power. It allows us for the first time to envision a world federation of states grounded in guarantees, constitutional framework. Not a global government, not an empire, but a federation of guarantees, limits to power, protection of rights, constitutional safeguard for dignity, peace, harmony, and the regeneration of our leadership and relationship with the earth. Peace has to be a strategic infrastructure. For too long, peace has been treated as a moral aspiration or a diplomatic outcome, but peace has failed repeatedly because it lacked the institutional and economic infrastructure. Almost there, don't cry. War remained profitable because peace was structurally weak, too dependent on personalities, too vulnerable to manipulation, too exposed to capture of institutions. That equation can now change. In the regenerative paradigm, peace becomes economically advantageous, strategically stabilizing, technically innovative, and socially resilient. Cooperation scales better than conflict. Trust multiplies economic and social value faster than fear. Regenerative systems outperform extract ones. In this model, peace is not only ethical, it's strategically and economically superior. But this transformation requires a decisive evolution of governments. Ethics must move from aspiration to architecture. It must be embedded by design. Ethical eye is not decoration, it's a safeguard. Decentralization is not ideology, it's institutional anti-fragility. Guarantees constitutionalism is not theory, it's a protection against systemic abuse of power. Without ethics, technology accelerates inequality and instability. With ethics, technology becomes an engine for flourishing. We're building a platform for scientific technological diplomacy, a space for spiritual dialogue beyond ideology, constitutional and policy proposals aligned with emerging technologies and practical frameworks where peace is treated as a system, not as a slogan. Not ideology, but governance. Not utopia, but institutional design. Not theory, but action. A constitution is not merely a text. A constitution is a shared commitment to the future. We believe that time has come to give momentum to a new guarantees constitutional pathway for peace, one that can be endorsed, undersigned, and advanced by institutions, leaders, and citizens of conscience. I therefore invite you all to engage, to follow this work, to contribute to it, to undersign it, and encourage others to do the same, because the future is no longer something we merely debate. It is something we are now responsible to design together through policy, law, technology, and leadership. We started. Let us embrace as a spiritual leader. We can. Let us build what is structured, safeguard, and regenerative for all of us and our children and future. Thank you all.
From Nigeria, we welcome Reverend Biodun Fadoyinbo, the Global Senior Pastor of the Commonwealth of Zion Assembly, impacting millions across Africa and the globe. He will share his experience on using spiritual diplomacy to end conflicts, drawing from his vast experience in Nigeria and beyond.
Good afternoon. Such a joy to be here all the way from Africa. And I really appreciate Pastor Mark Burns for this privilege to speak with you. I want to thank you for this privilege, and I want us to know that it's very important for us to be here. And we are here because, not just because we've been invited here, but because God has brought us together and given us the kind of influence and affluence that we have to influence our world and to help our community and to experience peace. I want you to know that the world is looking not for leaders, not for speakers, but those who will broker peace all over the world. In this age where a sentence from a faith leader can shape hearts, move markets, and also topple governments. I'm not a diplomat by training, but I have witnessed negotiation where treaties have failed. But I've seen prayers accomplish what political pressure could not do. This is not a call to replace politics with religion. But religion does not compete, but it completes diplomacy. We speak not of ourselves, but we need to know that we are messengers of God. I have been a pastor for 27 years. I found out that faith leaders are the only people that speak for 1 hour plus, and nobody stands up to say, excuse me, I want to contribute. Even in the court of law, people can say, my Lord, I want to speak. But in religious gatherings, religious leaders just speak and influence people. Their words are looked upon as the words of God. With this authority and this place of authority that God has given to us, we need to learn how to influence people. Because sometimes the way we speak, let's be honest, we speak from the place of tradition, we have authority, we have legitimacy of community, we have moral gravitas that secular institutions often forget. I want you to know that God has called us a call to forgiveness. A teaching of forgiveness can end blood feud. A sermon of dignity can inspire human rights movement. We remember the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Even though it was not violent, even through his messages, he dismantled apartheid through his messages. We remember Pope John Paul II, whose simple appeal, war never again, echoed through Poland and beyond. We also remember sermons the baptized ethnic cleansing, and the casual dehumanization that turned neighbors into enemies. The weight of our words are measured not in their eloquence, but we must consider the consequences of our words. Today, our world suffers from dialogue deficit. We talk at each other, but not to each other. Faith leaders must understand their position and where God has placed them. So what does responsibility look like? Number one, we must, first of all, know that we stand for truth instead of triumph. We must understand that the role is not to win arguments, but to seek wisdom. Secondly, we must understand that courage must be displayed over convenience. We need to confront intolerance within our own communities and call for peace at all times. We must know that we've been positioned to influence. Our words carry weight. Our words carry weight beyond. We must see microphone not as a trophy, but we must see it as a means of influence to influence people to broker peace in our society. I want to round off by telling us about something that happened during the Central African Republic Civil War, when Muslims and Christians were slaughtering each other. One imam and one pastor made a pact. They stood at the checkpoint between warring neighborhoods, joined hands together, and they said the first bullet to be fired must pass through the imam and the pastor. For 18 months, they stood there and they held hands together. But for 18 months, no one fired a bullet. Eventually, others joined them. Their words carried weight, not because they had power, but because they had the courage to stake their lives on their conviction. Words carry weight. Your words carry weight too. The question is not whether you speak, it's not whether you will speak, but whether you will speak in the ways that will heal rather than divide. Will you reach the voiceless rather than just the powerful? Will you use your position to heal your community, heal your country, and avoid the differences in the religion and make sure that we heal our world? This is something we need to stand up to, and our lives will not remain the same. God bless our world.
It is my honor to welcome Ms. Marina Ovtsinova, the president of the ALLATRA International Public Movement, and a specialist in global risk strategy who pursued her studies at Harvard University. She will present on human values as the foundation of global security, introducing the international experience of the Universal Grain Project.
Thank you so much, Olga. Hello, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to welcome you here at this hall and at this landmark event. I believe the very fact that representatives from different religions, different cultures, different nationality, different worldviews are here today, that means a lot. That means we're right now in the middle of creating a great change in this world. And with a deep gratitude, I would like to acknowledge that today's conference became possible because of the meaningful collaboration between Pastor Mark Burns, his global initiative, Spiritual Diplomacy, and the ALLATRA International Public Movement. I will give you a brief introduction about the ALLATRA. This is an international volunteer-based alliance of scientists, experts, and professionals from more than 180 countries, dedicated to study climate, geodynamic, and environmental risks. We strive to advocate scientific awareness, promote multilateral cooperation, and addressing global existential challenges, and of course, protecting human rights and religious freedom as the fundamental freedoms. We are firmly convinced that spiritual diplomacy has the power to shape the kind of world that deep down every single person longs for, a world that is safe, prosperous, and just. A world where human life comes first, and the spiritual diplomacy represents the real opportunity for all of humanity to overcome this current crisis. And we have solid evidence that we presented to you today that humanity is deeply seeking spiritual diplomacy as the force capable of transforming our world. Back in 2017, we initiated a large-scale international social research project called the Universal Grain. We defined the goal of this project as following: to identify the scientifically sustainable, the fundamental values shared by all people on the earth, regardless of their religion, nationality, social status, political affiliation, in order to find unshakable foundation for understanding among all of humanity. The result of this extensive research was the documentary film, The Universal Grain: Life, What Unites Us All. An international team of thousands of ALLATRA volunteers work on its creation, including reporters, camera operators, and of course translators. An unprecedented global public survey was conducted. Our volunteers went basically everywhere, into the streets of major cities, and they also traveled to the remote settlement of indigenous community. They spoke with a leading expert across scientific discipline, with representatives of different religion tradition, with community and the ethnic leaders also, as well with the public figures and politicians. Around the world, we ask people one simple question: what unites all people on the planet, regardless of their religion, political views, skin color, or place of residence? Then, of course, we had to sit down and analyze thousands of responses. And what emerged was the holistic pictures. People in every culture aspire to the same thing: peace, safety, justice, and the opportunity to live a dignified life. This is the universal grain that lies at the foundation of all world religions and humanistic teachings. Why is this knowledge important today? Because we are living in an era of global climate and geodynamic and environmental change. The challenges facing our planet know no borders. Nature does not ask which religion we follow or what kind of passport you have, right? In the face of growing threats, we are all simply people, residents of one shared home, the Earth. And we know for sure that civilization can survive global changes only if we are able to rise above our disagreements, to welcome our differences as the source of richness, while standing firmly on the shared moral foundation. And now, I would like to invite you to watch a short video segment. It is only a small section from the vast collection of interviews gathered during this project. But you will see it provides how much we all have in common. Let's watch it.
Life on our planet manifests itself in an amazing diversity. Likewise, human civilization demonstrates an equally impressive variety of cultures, traditions, and religious beliefs that have been forming over centuries. This kind of rich heritage reflects various approaches to understanding human values and people's life in society. Within the framework of the Universal Grain, the unique social research project of ALLATRA International Public Movement, the volunteers addressed people worldwide with question, what do all of us have in common? And their answers show what unites us all.
Siamo partecipanti volontari di un movimento internazionale che si chiama ALLATRA.
And we're conducting a research, the Universal Grain. And the purpose of this project, we want to find out
what unites all people across the world internally.
En todos los países del mundo nosotros hablamos con la gente.
We ask certain questions of people on the streets and famous people, like everybody.
Apa yang mempersatukan manusia di planet ini tanpa melihat agamanya?
Unabhängig von der Religion, Politik.
Co właśnie robi człowieka człowiekiem, co jednoczy właśnie wszystkich ludzi.
As one unified world community.
We are all human beings here. Aside everything, aside the colors, we are all human beings. So it inspires and it unites all of us here.
I think people feel love and care for other people in the same way, despite whether from their religion, their beliefs, anything like that. So I definitely think we all have that in common, definitely.
I think that love unites all of us. When this feeling fills our hearts, you know life becomes very happy and beautiful. And you're happy.
Love is something what connects us. Love to other person, love to everybody. Everyone feel it. I think everyone feel it.
We are all human beings. We are all made by the one Creator. So we have to live in harmony with each other. We can change the world by giving love to others, so that as each one of us receives love, then we have more love to give the next person. You deposit love in yourself, so you can give that love.
Humaneness is the most important thing, because people shouldn't do evil. A human being should do good.
It is love for life in all its manifestations. God has endowed us with many qualities. We need to be able to fill them with our hearts. Humaneness, mercy, being caring towards everything that surrounds you. We should all be like this.
The greatest commandment is love. Love your God with all your heart and all your mind. And then he said the second of this is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. I live my life not based off of theology, but based off of the greatest example of Jesus Christ. That's love. So when you do that, it doesn't matter who you pray to. I will still feed you. It doesn't matter who you call God. I will still love you. I will still come to your aid if you have been persecuted for your religious freedoms. Does that make sense? And that's become my rallying cry to the world. I just want to see people have a right to do what they have a God-given right to do, and that is to worship God in freedom.
The first thing is to forgive, to love, to create, to be a honeybee. Yeah, a bee builds everything, right? We should create, and then we'll be fine.
What unites us all on the whole planet Earth, regardless of where we live, who we are by nationality, and what our religion is?
heart, smiles, joy. We should open up. Life is very short. We should live. You have to wake up, open your eyes with a smile and live. That's it. You don't know when the heart will stop beating. So you need to be happy.
Humans have to love each other because they are human and they came from one place. We need our good thoughts and every situation, peace and love, it's everything.
I may be Malawian, someone would be Zambian, someone would be from Germany, but we are all human beings. We are all united in the spiritual aspect because we are all human beings created by one creator. You have a spirit, I have a spirit. It doesn't matter, the outside skin is different, but we all have one spirit.
People, they are all the same, despite the fact that they are from different cultures and have different backgrounds. And the most important thing that unites us is love. The ability to love and the need to be loved. The need to communicate with other people.
If humanity is first, then we will know how to develop one another and how to care another.
What each of us does, and more importantly, how we go about doing that, can and will, in fact, determine the future of mankind. Working together, we can forge a more promising future.
You know, I'm a diplomat, but above all, I'm a human being. And as a human being, what I want peace and reconciliation. We are all human beings, so we have different culture, we have different religion, but we believe in life, we believe in love. We want a better life, we want a better world, and that's why we need to be united.
No matter the religion, no matter where you come from, no matter the color, we are one. Of course, we want the good part of a person to dominate. We have peace, we have friendship, we have kindness. And those are the things that the world really needs.
Whatever our color and shape or beliefs may be, we are all human beings. We are all here together to do something together.
Love is what unites all inhabitants of this blessed earth, given to us by God. It is love, heart. It is joy which may be radiated through a look or a smile.
I think each of us has to remember that we should treat everyone as equal, treat everyone the way we would like to be treated ourselves.
Humans are humans, you know, everyone, even it's from the India or even from America, everyone's emotions are same. All humans are same, so respect each other, respect the individuality with them, and serve others, help in whatever way you can. That's fine. That's the way you can find the purpose in your life.
People around the world share so many common values and ideas. They dream of a better future, and so many people, even when they are in terrible situations, they all still have hope. Every person is like that drop in the ocean. And the more drops you have, it suddenly becomes a tide and it becomes a wave of change. So every drop in that ocean counts. Doesn't matter how small it is.
You know that the situation in the world now is not so safely to live because of this war, conflict everywhere. But you know that love can fight for these things, yeah? And friendship. No border for friendship. We can friends each other. In the era of informations, we can change the good information, not bad information. Thank you very much for this moment because, however, that you can spread the good things to the world, and how people thinking about what is the importance of living together, living in the peaceful, in the situation. So thank you for this TV, yeah.
So conversations and purposeful conversations, meaningful conversations like these will set a thought process in society, and they get to understand more about what are we looking for in this life, and bridging yourself, connecting yourself with the world around you.
And remember, this is just a short excerpt from the huge work that our volunteer did for the benefits of the entire humanity. And what you have seen is the powerful evidence that the spiritual diplomacy is not an abstract idea, but a vital necessity, capable of answering humanity's shared demand for a world where goodness and humanity prevail. And we have another example that vividly illustrates the power of spiritual diplomacy. It is the living story of one person. You know, unfortunately, we live in such a world where we need to pay a very high price for the desire to say a truth. We often are persecuted for that. And that's what happened to ALLATRA International Public Movement in Russia. The reason why Russian authority persecuted us because of our uncompromised scientific position and our open position for support of Ukraine. And the Russian authority, they did not forgive us that, of course, right? For telling the truth. And we become the target of their propaganda and their persecution machine. Our participant, in order to have the ability to continue their work, continue to spread the truth, had to leave their homes and leave very, very rapidly. So, sorry. Among them who left the country was one remarkable young woman. She is a very, very talented scientist, geophysicist, and she has a unique ability to present a very dense scientific information and present it this way that millions of people are able to comprehend the very difficult topic. And she was loved, appreciated, and really followed by millions of people because of her honesty, her desire to stay and say truth without making the compromise and little adjust the truth that it will be digestible. She was able to present everything as it is. And she became the main target of Russian authority. So, and her way was very, very difficult. Immediately after the threat, she had to leave the country with one suitcase of her, pack her entire life there, and leave the country. And we were not able to communicate with her for several years. So, and she was not able to present publicly her scientific research, of course, because of the understanding that she needs to protect herself and, of course, protect her family. But today, she is here. And this is one of the victory of spiritual diplomacy. And she is here because she wants to express her gratitude to Pastor Burns because of his support, his guidance. She is here to present him personally with the book that she wrote about Pastor Mark Burns. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Елизавета Кромова.
Hello everyone. Hello, dear Pastor Mark Burns. My name is Елизавета Chromova, and I am a volunteer for International Public Movement ALLATRA. I came here to the conference which you organized to personally express my gratitude to you. It is a great honor for me to speak those words looking you in the eyes. First, let me share a brief backstory. As you already know, in Russia, ALLATRA International Public Movement has been banned. I endured persecution along with my friends. I lost my homeland, my home, my life's work. And at one moment, I even lost my hope that I can even find the reason to believe in humanity again. Then one of the darkest days of my life, everything changed when I saw your interview. I didn't know you, but when I watched it, I felt as if we had known each other forever. And in your interview, I didn't saw judgment or desire to lecture someone. It was just disarming sincerity. You said, I am neither left nor right. I stand for human rights. Wow. And you spoke of a God who loves people. And your words reach the deepest part of my soul. I'm really sorry, I'm so nervous. I'm so sorry. You showed by your example that there are people who don't stay silent, who choose what is right, but not is popular. There are people who build bridges between people, cultures, and beliefs. And in these bridges, we can meet each other face to face and see in each other the dearest and the closest one another. I saw in you the ministry of Jesus Christ in action. As Christ sit at the table with the despised and outcast, he said, I see you, I am with you, and you did the same. You reached out to those whom others tried to destroy it. And your words reminded me that our rights, granted not by people or laws, it comes from God. Yes. And we have protected in every corner of this world for all people and for all faiths. And this is why I wrote this book about persecution, about my path back to home, to hope and faith, and I dedicated this for you, because you became a voice for me in the darkness. And this book is called Pastor Mark Burns, The Man Who Restored My Faith. You didn't just help me find my faith back, but you also showed me that faith can unite, heal, and lift us up.
My God.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Pastor Mark Burns. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for your courage, for your bravery, for your love, for your service to people. Thank you for your sincerity and truly for your inspiration, which your faith in action gives all of us. This book is for you and for all of us who believe that one honest voice can change everything. Thank you so much.
Give her a wonderful hand clap. Wow.
Thank you, Elizaveta, for sharing your sincere testimony. We're so happy you're here with us today. It's definitely an honor and a surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. Thank you so much. And we are honored to welcome Congressman Mark Harris, representing North Carolina's 8th District, to the podium to open the second session dedicated to the critical theme of religious persecution and human rights. Mark Harris is a former senior pastor and a dedicated public servant. He will speak to us on the absolute necessity of safeguarding the rights of all people to practice their faith without fear. Congressman?
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, good afternoon. It is great to see you. I'm sorry for being just a little bit late, but I literally just ran out of Judiciary Committee meeting today that we were holding, and we had a pretty big hearing going on today with a special guest there that we were dealing with. So, but I am so honored to be invited to be with my friend Mark Burns and to have the opportunity to address this International Interfaith Conference. Listen, I'm excited today because under the Republican trifecta led by President Trump, faith is back in America and it's making a powerful difference. From day one of this administration, the president drew a clear line. Anti-Christian bigotry has no place in our federal government. Go ahead, give that a hand. Listen, he boldly affirmed that the United States recognizes only two God-given genders, male and female. He stepped in to protect the most vulnerable minors from irreversible body-mutilating surgeries that the radical left once celebrated. And he restored fairness, safety, and dignity for young girls in sports, ending the painful experiment that allowed biological males to compete against them, shattering dreams, causing injuries, and leaving too many girls feeling unsafe and sidelined in spaces that were meant just for them. And President Trump said, that will not stand any longer. We all know that deep in our bones, that the soul of this nation is inseparably tied to our Judeo-Christian heritage and the timeless truths of the Western tradition. Our founding fathers didn't just mention God, they wove Christian justice, natural law, and biblical principles into the very fabric of this republic. For decades, those foundations were chipped away by an aggressive secularism and left-wing ideology. But praise God, the tide is turning. It's turning in the halls of government, it's turning in communities across the land, and it is turning in the hearts of everyday Americans. Government works best when it gets out of the way, when it respects the sacred space. When it respects the sacred space of parents to raise their children according to their convictions, for entrepreneurs to be able to build businesses without endless red tape, and for churches to be able to preach the gospel and biblical truth without fear of reprisal from any source, come or shine. Listen, that's the limited, accountable government our founders designed. Yet for far too long, unelected DC bureaucrats have overstepped, intruding into schoolrooms ahead of moms, ahead of dads and local teachers, and even casting shadows over the pulpits of our pastors. Consider the IRS's chilling overreach, threatening to revoke a church's tax-exempt status if a pastor would dare to apply scripture to the moral issues of our day. Ladies and gentlemen, the First Amendment was written to protect exactly that kind of speech. That's why I am so thankful to have been able to introduce in this 119th Congress the Free Speech Fairness Act, which is legislation to shield pastors and churches and nonprofits so they can speak freely according to conscience without the constant threat of IRS intimidation. It's frankly absurd that we even need this bill in the first place. Imagine having to explain to George Washington that the government he helped forge would one day try to muzzle Christian voices in their own sanctuaries. But I'm standing before you today because I believe you're a group that understands that there's still urgent work that must be done. This very week, as thousands march the streets of Washington for the National March for Life, celebrating the Dobbs victory while pressing forward to protect millions of unborn lives still at risk, I believe we've all got to stand shoulder to shoulder and arm in arm, and we've got to recommit ourselves to that fight. And we've got to do it together. Listen, the Supreme Court got it right in the Dobbs decision, returning the issue to the people and their elected representatives. Tragically, as I stand here before you today, the total number of abortions has actually risen since that time, fueled by the explosion of chemical abortions delivered by mail through telehealth and shield law loopholes. That's precisely why I've introduced legislation to shut down abortion by mail, effectively criminalizing the practice and closing the deadly back door. Ladies and gentlemen, legislation is essential, but even that is not enough on its own. As conservatives, as people of faith, it's our calling to keep sounding the alarm. It's our calling to keep holding our leaders accountable. And it's our calling to persevere until we end this grave evil once and for all in this nation. House Republicans step into this new year, I believe, with great optimism and real resolve. We're committed to restoring peace and safety in our communities. We're committed to securing a hopeful future for our children. And we're committed to lifting America back to respected leadership on the global stage. So as I come to you this afternoon, I just want to humbly ask something of you. Please lift us up in prayer. Lift us up in prayer that we in Congress will not grow weary, that we will not stumble. But as Hebrews 12 exhorts us, that we will run the race with endurance, the race that is set before us, looking to Jesus, the author and perfecter of our faith. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America today. You're sent here to fight, so let's fight, fight, fight until we get it done. God bless you.
Thank you, brother. That was powerful, brother. Appreciate it, man. Amen. Pleasure to be with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Matt Schlapp, Chairman of the American Conservative Union and a pivotal figure in American political strategy. As a leader who has guided the conservative movement globally, he addresses the critical intersection of faith, freedom, and political action.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello. That congressman could talk. That was good. He's not as good as Gus Bilirakis, but you'll hear from Gus soon, I'm sure. Thank you all. Thanks for letting me be with you today. Have you guys ever heard of CPAC? Yes. How many of you here today are not from America? Could you raise your hand? It's a lot of people. Welcome to a great country. Welcome to a restored America, where you can walk down the streets and be safe, that you can wear a yarmulke and be safe, that you can have a Bible in your hand and be safe. This is the America that we have to recapture. It's actually the America that we have to refound. Our founding principles, we were taught recently in the last 25 years that our founding principles are hateful, racist, overly religious, too Christian, and we've been feeding our children a constant diet of anti-patriotism and hatred of their own country, and we wonder why America is so divided. And we now have CPAC events in over 12 countries and 5 continents. So if we're not in your country, we're near your country. And what we're seeing is common themes in all these countries. In each one of our countries, we see the problems of the basic persecution of religious freedom, the persecution of political speech, and we wonder where it's all coming from. And then many of us were watching the World Economic Forum in Davos, and we can see that maybe that's where a lot of it is coming from, or coming from the UN, or coming from these global institutions, which know better. They have more fancy degrees than most of us have. They're trying to tell you that your values are old-fashioned and counterproductive. And the most wonderful thing about Donald Trump's victory, kind of like resuscitation, revitalization, there's another R word we could use, political resurrection, it gave hope to all of us. We have a renewed sense that it's okay to live the life that God put us on this earth to live. But I think our time is short. In basketball, they have a shot clock. In football, they have a clock. You only have so many quarters to score and everything else. There's an end time to all this. We don't know when it is. The Bible tells us we don't know that exact time. But America also has an end time, and freedom has an end time. And maybe we can extend that time. You all know how many times in the Bible God is mad at people and he wants them to turn from their wicked ways, and they don't want to. And then he finds a good man, and that good man negotiates on behalf of the people who are kind of mediocre to bad and tries to earn them more time. And, I fear that we're in this kind of a situation where we're trying to get more time. And so what I say to all good people, and boy, it sure gives me great joy to be with all of you because you look like just a room full of good people, is think about the time and the days you have left and how you can impact the situation that we're in your country, in America, around the globe. Like I said, I run this group called CPAC, and we have an event, Pastor, with a lot of talkers. There's a lot of talkers. The conservative movement is so good at talking. Guess what? It's time for the conservative movement to do some doing. Yeah. And Donald Trump has showed us that, by the way, he's a good talker too, so there's nothing wrong with being a good talker. Being a good talker is great. It's just not sufficient. It's not enough. So our theme at this CPAC is going to be actions, not just words. And there's only so much time, as I said, to make a difference. So my wife, Mercedes, and I, we think a lot about this as I comb gray hair, less and less gray hair, by the way. And as I watch my kids who used to be little, now they're like all getting old and even doing things like getting married and such, I realize that time goes fast. And all of us have to rededicate ourselves to our purpose, to our reason. Why are we here? Why have we been put on this earth at this time in history? It can't be an accident. There are no accidents with the creatures that God puts on this earth. It's for a purpose. And I think all of us are trying to work together to figure out what that purpose is for ourselves or to execute on that purpose. And we know that we're stronger when we do it together. And so what you have from all of us at CPAC, and I have two of my colleagues here who are with me today. Stand up, guys. Where are you? There we go, Spencer, Ernesto. They're doing great work. I feel like a grandpa at the office because everyone's so young, but they're the non-woke kind of young people we have in the CPAC office, which is great. But we decided to dedicate ourselves to a couple important lines of action. The first thing is we believe passionately in your freedoms. You have the right to practice your religion, not practice a religion, practice the religion you want. You have that right. There's something so special and sacred. I think that's the most foundational right that God gave us. And we see both this freedom of religion and freedom of political expression, both of them, under attack. We just did a review of all the countries on the globe on political speech. There are some countries where you can be put to death for simply saying something against the leader of the country. Think about that. You can be put to death for that. Look at what's happening in Western Europe, where you can be put in prison if you put up a Facebook posting that's overly pro-Jesus. Think about that. This is what's going on in quote-unquote the civilized world. We look at religious freedom and the persecution of Christians and the rise of anti-Semitism in Western democracies. I'm using air quotes for a lot of these things. It's disgusting that millions and millions and millions of Christians are being persecuted, many losing their lives, being slaughtered in countries. And you wonder, like, how could we have this kind of evil and chaos? And why are so many Christians believe that, like, that's a kind of like a made-up hoax that's not really happening? Well, it is really happening. The videos and the photos are real. You talk to the pastors that come from these countries, it's real. There's the persecution and the martyrdom through the blood, but then there's the martyrdom through the persecution in the sense that if you're too bold in your faith, you can't get the job, or you can't get into the school, or that's what we're seeing growing and growing and growing, and sadly in my own country here in America and in other Western democracies. And I want you to know that I believe you do have a friend in President Trump and the Trump administration on these issues. I believe you have a friend in Mike Johnson, who's the Speaker of the House, who's a very good man on all these issues. We have a lot of great people who are trying to make a difference. But as far as CPAC is concerned, we're going to be in these countries. We're going to be confronting these regimes. We started up a new center to end communism. How about we just end communism? Aren't you tired of fighting communism? Let's end communism. What China is doing to destabilize the globe, there's kind of a cozy conformity with China because they're rich and they're powerful, and a lot of countries need support. It's a dangerous game they're playing because really at the end of the day, what a communist totalitarian regime wants to do is they want to take away all of your freedoms, your promise and your hope, and really turn you into a slave of the state. And it happens every time, everywhere, always. My wife's father tried to stop the Castro regime in Cuba, which looks like the end of that regime could be coming pretty soon. That'd be good for the world. And you have people like Jimmy Lai, who was arrested in Hong Kong, who simply wanted freedom for the people of Hong Kong. What you're seeing around the globe is really disgusting. And what we're going to do is take our voice, our team, our message, confront all these regimes. It's amazing. I don't think those of us who believe in freedom have all the money. I don't think we have all the power, but man, sometimes we look like we do. And I think we got to be like bears. Bears in the forest, sometimes they growl, or like the little dog that barks really loud because they're really little and they got to bark loud so you think they're bigger. We have to recapture this idea that if God put you on this earth for a purpose, and the purpose is now, why would he put you on earth for this purpose to just be humiliated and lose? Why did Donald Trump get off that canvas? Was it to lose that race? No, I think he got off that canvas with the help of angels to win that race and to give people hope all over the world. And I think we're in the same position. I think the reason why it seems like all the money against us and all the power is against us, and that it's an impossible fight, the reason why we have to look at that every day is because of one simple thing. We are small, he will be large. He will have the victory. We just have to ask for it, and we have to be true to it. And that's the moment that we're in. We have to believe that God put people on this earth to prosper and have freedom, right, and to live their purpose. And that it's our job right now in these dark times to make sure that that can continue. So that is our motto. It's about action. The action is now. You all are welcome. We have to get out of this idea that the only way conservatives will come together is if you agree on everything I agree with, and you have to sign a piece of paper that says you'll never disagree with me. That's a bad way to build a movement. What we ought to do is say, hey, is there one or two important issues that we agree on? Can you agree that someone should be able to practice their faith as they choose? Yeah. If you do, we should be able to work together. Do you think that people should be able to get in politics and vote for the candidate that they want to? If you believe in that, that's something we can work on together. Do you believe that communism fails every time for every people, always? If you do, we can work on this together. And I think that if we can stitch this together and get out of our orthodoxies and instead focus on our commonalities, I think we can reshape the face of the earth, and I think we're going to do that. And God bless you, and thank you for letting me be with you today. Thank you. Thanks, Pastor. That was awesome. Perfect, brother.
Now it is an honor to introduce Congressman Gus Bilirakis of Florida, recognized as one of the most effective lawmakers in Congress. He's a steadfast champion for international human rights and will speak on the importance of protecting religious freedom against discrimination worldwide.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so very much. And I want to thank my good friend Matt. He's so right about these issues. We have a lot of things in common. We have to work together for the good of society, humanity. And you talked about, Matt, you talked about your wife, Mercedes' father, that was probably a political prisoner in Cuba. But this shouldn't happen in our hemisphere. And President Trump is doing something about it. We have hope now. And, Cuba is 90 miles from just south of Miami. And that's in our hemisphere. Venezuela, same thing. We need to take care of our people and make sure that they have freedoms and opportunities to succeed. So we appreciate President Trump as well. We gather here today, folks, on Capitol Hill for a truly remarkable occasion. The International Interfaith Conference, the Rise of Spiritual Diplomats. Thank you so much for attending. Please, again, before I begin, I want to extend my deepest gratitude, Pastor Burns. Pastor Burns, thank you for your vision and for your tireless leadership in organizing this great summit. You have called us here to recognize a new era of spiritual diplomacy, where faith leaders don't just shepherd their own flocks, but step into the breach as mediators, peacemakers, and defenders of the innocent, where traditional politics often falls short. And I will tell you, people like Matt and the Speaker of the House, who's not here right now, but Mike Johnson, he cares so much. He really does. And he's genuine, he's sincere, he's a godly man. And we are making a difference, folks. We are making a difference. We're making a lot of progress. So I chair the Congressional Caucus on International Religious Freedom. I see the first freedom not as mere legal concept, but as the heartbeat of human dignity. Yet as we meet on today, January 22nd, that heartbeat is under threat, folks. So again, I've got to tell it like it is. The data from this year's 2026 report is staggering. We are witnessing government restrictions on religion at their highest global levels in decades, unfortunately. We are so very fortunate here in the United States of America. And I know there's some bumps in the road, but we have religious freedom. And we should never, ever take that for granted. But in Nigeria, folks, the crisis has reached a breaking point. Statistics from the start of this year show that over 3,400 Christians were killed for their faith in the last reporting period alone. In this day and age, it's happening around the world, folks. I have fought to ensure Nigeria remains a country of particular concern, because we cannot stay silent while thousands are slaughtered. Do you agree?
Yeah.
In China, the CCP continues to target Falun Gong practitioners and Uyghur Muslims with high-tech surveillance and arbitrary detention. This is happening, folks. It's happening every day. China currently leads the world in the arrest and sentencing of believers. I mean, they're not spreading it. They're just practicing their faith, their religion. And in some cases, it's meditation, what have you. But they should be free to do so. In Pakistan, The shadow of blasphemy laws still hang over Muslim minorities. The Ahmadiyas and Christians turning private faith into public death sentence. Unbelievable. Global anti-Semitism. We must confront the reality that Jews are facing a resurgence of hate that we once promised would never, ever happen again. But it's happening now, folks, before our very eyes. We must stop it. The challenges we face are not only legal, in which regimes weaponize the laws to crush dissent, but also social, as tolerance breeds in the vacuum of silence. We must not stay silent. We must act, folks. And that's what we're doing in this Congress. This is where the spiritual diplomat comes in. You are the ones who can reach the places a secular envoy cannot. You speak a language of universal values, justice, peace, and the sacredness of life that resonates deeper than any treaty. You're the ones. We can do this together. I'm Greek American, and we say, Oli Mazi, all together. We can do this together if we stick together. Effective advocacy requires more than just thoughts and prayers, folks. It requires diplomatic engagement with teeth. With teeth, I have to emphasize that. We must continue to use the global Majesty Act, I know how to pronounce it, but I'm sorry about that, to target those who profit from persecution. We must elevate religious freedom. This issue must be a permanent pillar of our foreign policy. Do you agree? Yeah. It has been under this administration and under Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. And we must always be present. When faith leaders and members of this caucus speak up for the persecuted, it sends a message. We are the greatest country on the face of the earth. People listen to us. We must take advantage of that. The world is watching, folks, and you are not alone. You are not alone. Pastor Burns, you often say that spiritual leaders, and I quote, carry no weapons, they carry wisdom, right? I'll repeat that. Pastor Burns says, spiritual leaders carry no weapons, they carry wisdom. Today, let that wisdom guide our policy, whether it is Christians in the Middle East who are being persecuted, a Muslim in China, or a Jew in Europe. And I will tell you that the Orthodox Christians are also being persecuted in the Middle East. Syria in particular, and of course in Turkey as well, there's not religious freedom for Orthodox Christians in the country of Turkey. We must speak up, folks. We must not be afraid. Let us leave this conference, not just as observers, and I know you won't be, but as diplomats of the Spirit, committed to ensuring that every child of God can worship without fear. That's our goal. Thank you very, very much. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America.
That was powerful.
Thank you.
Oh, that was good, Congressman. Thank you so much.
Well, you know, I think I'm about to speak again. But before Matt Schnapp leaves, this man, again, you all know who he is. He does so much for America. He does so much for the conservative movement in America. He literally, him and his wonderful wife, Mercedes, bring millions of conservatives all over the world to bring a message of unity and peace. And it's a great honor for me as he had to slip out. But as you know, we're going to be pinning everyone who takes the commitment of becoming a true spiritual diplomat. And here I am going to pin my brother Matt right here in front of everybody with this wonderful spiritual diplomat pin. He's taking it very seriously. And I told him I'm hoping I would be called up to the varsity league and be invited to CPAC and speak for the next time. But hopefully I'll get called up to the big league next. But I want everybody to witness here today as I pin on my dear brother, Mr. Matt Schlapp, for all the wonderful work that he does as a spiritual diplomat around the world. And I want us to realize, yes, that it's because of leaders like Matt we have a safer world and a safer place for our children to grow up. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. Thank you.
I have to just say, you heard it here. He called me on the carpet. He's coming. You're speaking at CPAC, whether you like it or not.
There we go. Thank you, brother. God bless you.
Thank you very much. It was great to hear from the congressman. And now it is my honor again to welcome Pastor Mark Burns back to the podium as he addresses the key topic entitled From Pulpits to Peace Tables: Why Faith Leaders Must Engage the World.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, I'm going to tell you, you should give yourself a big hand clap of all the wonderful people that are here today. Come on now, you can do better than that. Come on now, come on. We're here at the nation's capital to take back this nation, take back the world, and we're here to protect faith of all people around the world. Do you believe that? Say yes to that. Hurrah. Listen, the Bible says that violence taken by force. We're here to make a loud declaration to the world. The evil that is happening in Ukraine, the evil that is happening in China, the evil that is happening in Taiwan and Cambodia, the evil that is happening in India and Pakistan, the evil and the wars that are happening all over the world. We can bring an end to this evil. Korea right now is under attack. Right now. People are dying of all faiths. In Nigeria, Christians and Muslims alike are being killed by terrorists. We're the voice that can help bring that. I want to tell you, my brother, I pray that you hear my heart. I pray that you hear my heart. Don't take this pen. We'll do it at the end. So please don't leave. But don't take the vow. You're not vowing to a person. You're not even vowing to an organization. You're vowing that you will be willing to protect the innocent and speak for the voiceless. I can't hear nobody. I can't hear nobody. That's why you're here. And so many of these great leaders that are on this podium that you're hearing from, these are thought leaders. These are real spiritual diplomats. These are people working behind the scenes that are working to to protect children, to protect religious freedoms. We're going to talk about it a little bit later about the young girl that was raped in Tanzania. We have His Excellency that is here right now, all the way from Tanzania to talk about it, to discuss about it. It's not always about the things you see on CNN. I'm not here to play games with you. I was recently at an embassy, and I'm not going to mention the name of the embassy, but I was sitting down with the ambassador, and we were sitting down, and everybody was eating, and everybody was loving on each other and patting each other on the back, and I put my hand down, and I said, "Don't you understand why we're here?" I said, "I'm here because people are dying right now in your country. We don't have time to be sitting here drinking champagne. People are dying. We're coming and assembling ourselves to bring peace, to be willing to speak to the kings of the world, to speak to the leaders of the world, Brother Jack, to speak to those that are voiceless." I'm going to keep repeating it. I want you to get up and leave and exit yourself out of this room if you just want to get a lapel pin, just to say, I was there. I don't need you, nor do I want you. I am not here to play games. There are too many people that meet in this building, and all they do is talk, 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 and nothing ever happens. I need people who are going to go to the front lines with me. I can't hear nobody. I can't hear nobody. I am in a room full of leaders, am I not? I am in a room full of real warriors. I can't hear nobody. I dare you to open your mouth up and say, I'm one of the people. I'm ready to go to war. Somebody say yes to that. And so I pray that you're not here. Right now, Korea is under attack. Who's going to stand with me? Right now, Pakistan is under attack. Who's going to stand with me? I'm going there in April. Who's standing with me? I am going to Iran. Who is standing with me? I can't hear nobody. Who is going to stand with me with Ukraine until every bullet and every missile stops, until we bring that war to an end? Who's going to stand with me? I don't need cowards, and I don't need people who are just here to be here. I need people who's willing to go to the front lines, who's willing to risk your name and your reputation to stand with somebody who may pray to a different God, who may believe different than you, but you're willing to stand on the name of peace. Who will stand with me? Who will stand with me? Who will stand? Who will stand? Who will stand? You're going to be charged today. You're going to be charged today. I'm telling you, my Jewish brothers, my Muslim brothers, my Hindu brothers, my all of the faiths, the Buddhists that are here, all of you, the Christian brothers and sisters, all of you that are here, you are going to be charged. Please take it serious, because somebody's life depends on it. Are you hearing me? Tragic that even happened in your own family, happened in your own life. I've studied your story and how you left, how she sung the national anthem, but she was in Russia, and how her husband came under political persecution, and they left Russia, moved to Kyiv with her son, who's sitting right there, just to have her husband assassinated in Kyiv. This is the kind of battles that people are facing right now around the world, and yet she flew all the way from Kyiv just to come to sing the American national anthem. That's putting our differences aside and standing as one people, as one voice. ALLATRA, even right now, who is under attack by Russia, by Ukraine, and yet they're standing. Creative Society of Russia is attacking them for standing with Ukraine. But yet they got volunteers all over the world. I'm telling you right now, every faith leader, you need the organization of ALLATRA and Creative Society. You need them. You need people like them that will go to the trenches. They are not just talkers, and they don't do it. They don't do it. And I'm talking about Olga here and Marina here. Olga is the head of a Creative Society, and Marina is the head of ALLATRA. And they have volunteers all over the world. When I'm at the Vatican, they got volunteers that are there. When I'm in Korea, they got volunteers that are there. When I am in Africa, they got volunteers that are there. These people don't just talk the game, they do it. And they don't need no presidential invitation. Quit waiting for the White House to invite you. You don't need an invitation. I can't hear nobody. You don't need an invitation, Valerie. You show up and fight. You show up and fight. You do it faithfully, consistently. So these leaders that are up here, they're not here to waste your time. They're not here to be famous. We have real serious issues, Marquetta, real serious issues. that we're going to solve. And what I'm going to be asking of you is helping us to continue to create this network. We're going to be introducing to you an email and a number that you who are out there around the world to communicate. And it's not just international or national issues. So you hear what I'm telling you. I got an invitation. We're going to Chicago right now. There's mold that is happening in Chicago right now. And we're not going to allow partisan lines, Republicans or Democrats, to block simply by helping people. Are you hearing me? No real Republican was supporting Ukraine until I got there. And I came up with the mindset that I'm going to stand what is right, not what is popular. Are y'all hearing what I'm telling you? I don't care what your faith is. I don't care what you believe. Rabbi Duvi, I'm going to stand for what is right and not what is popular. Are you hearing me? And so we got battles all over the world, desperately needing people to come and remind them that help is on the way, that you're not by yourself. I'm not here to give you some political rah-rah speech. I thank the president for sending me the video. Thank you, Mr. President. He's in Davos and he stopped and he sent me a video to tell everybody he's supporting what we're doing. But that's not what I'm living for. We've got to get to the point where that spiritual diplomacy lasts beyond whoever's president. Because there are rape victims that need us. There are drug addicts that need us. There are religious people that are dying for practicing their faith that need us. Who's willing to go speak to the kings of the world? Who's willing to risk their reputations? Are you hearing what I'm telling you? And so I pray that you receive what I'm telling you. I want this movement to continue to grow and grow bigger. We're planning to do this again in 6 months at Mar-a-Lago at the president's house. And we're going to bring it even bigger and even greater. Then we're going to G20. We're going to do a wonderful event at G20. Amen. We're going to take over Miami. And then we're going to go to Qatar. And then we're going to the Vatican. We're taking this all over the world to bring peace. I believe we're going to have a spiritual diplomacy right there in Tehran, in Iran. We're going to do it right there in Iran and show the world that we won't allow evil to win. Y'all not talking back to me. We won't allow evil to win. We will stand for what is right and not what is popular. Somebody say yes to that. We're going to go to North Korea. We're going to knock down the wall. We're going to get to Kim Jong-un. We're going to tell the world that we are here to faith, that we will not have enemies in the name of faith. Are y'all hear what I'm telling you? If you're playing politics, leave me alone. Don't get a picture with me. Think I'm playing with you. I'm not. I'm not. I don't got nothing to lose. You don't understand how I got here. I didn't get here by sucking up to nobody. The president calls me his pit bull for a reason, so I'm not here to impress you. Are y'all hearing what I'm telling you? But I'm going to be here after President Trump. But I'm going to be here to be in the next president face, and the next president face, and the next president face, to tell the world that we will unite the communities around the world. We will stop being divided by who you pray to, and we will stand on the principle of peace and love for the whole world to come together. Whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're young, whether you're old, whether you're Jew, whether you're Christian, whether you're Muslim, Buddhist, it doesn't matter. If you're a human being, we shall stand until we reach the promised land. God bless you all.
Thank you, Pastor Mark Burns. Wow, who's going to follow that speech? We are honored to hear from Rabbi Eli Abadi, medical doctor, a senior spiritual leader and member of the Council of Sephardic Sages. He speaks on building bridges of faith and peace in a post-Accords world, examining how the Abraham Accords have opened new paths for coexistence in the Gulf. Rabbi?
Pastor, that's a very hard act to follow. I was the lucky one. First of all, Pastor Burns, I want to thank you very much for the privilege and the honor that you bestowed on me in coming and addressing this illustrious audience. And secondly, for pinning me today and inducting me in the cadre of spiritual diplomats. I shall carry this with great honor and duty. Together, inshallah, God willing, we will fashion a better future for the next generation of humanities. Thank you. And now I start my official speech. Your Excellency, Pastor Dr. Mark Burns, President Marina Otsenova, honorable congressmen and parliament members, honorable ambassadors, esteemed rabbis, imams, pastors, reverends, bishops, and religious leaders, distinguished speakers, and dear audience. The great Mahatma Gandhi once noted, if we were to respect others' religions as we would have them respect our own, a friendly study of the world's religions is a sacred duty. We are gathered here today as global faith, political, and thought leaders from many areas of human endeavors to find a path toward a peaceful coexistence between all religions, nations, and all people, especially the world's three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and few others. As Edmund Burke said, religion is essentially the art and theory of remaking of humanity. And therefore, we as leaders ought to embark in remaking mankind to cherish, protect, and foment a peaceful coexistence. As the United Nations Manifesto on the Culture of Peace stated, we must learn to use one another's religious belief as ways to connect, not as reasons for conflict. For 800 years, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam were inextricably intertwined in medieval Spain, the era of convivencia. Each had a common ancestry, similar values, and holy scriptures. As Genesis 42:13 states, we are all brothers, children of one Father. Living together side by side in Spain, very often in close quarters, the people of these religions flourished. They naturally found a way of understanding and respect for each other's culture, bringing forth an enlightened culture. Thus, the seed of Renaissance had been planted. Remarkable individuals of different faiths made lasting contributions to civilization. However, and unfortunately, gradually over the next 3 centuries, large forces vying for power gave way to puritanical judgments, absolutism, and religious extremism. Ultimately, these exclusive policies and the conflict they unleashed extinguished the shared learning that had flourished. The fragile unity between the 3 faiths was lost. Up until these days, these conflicts still exist in many areas in the world that we must end and return to the days of old. In the area of faith, Jews, Christians, and Muslims believe that God made a covenant with Abraham. It was to keep faith in one God and to worship him and to teach the practice of worship to his children down through the generations. In return, God would preserve, protect, and multiply the children of Abraham. This covenant became the legacy or trust for the children of Abraham to continue. Abraham's offspring would become great nations. And as stated in Genesis 17:4, the Lord said to Abraham, "Herewith my covenant with you, and you shall be the father of many nations." The people of these nations are now called Jews, Christians, and Muslims. We are all monotheists. We all believe in one God, the creator of all that is, in the universe and on earth. As leaders, we are enjoined by our faiths to find path toward a peaceful coexistence between all religions and all people. Therefore, in order to establish a channel of communication and cooperation on an international level, we must continually ask of ourselves what we insist from our own people, the acceptance of diversity in religions. First, as leader, we must lead by example and communicate to our people that peace is a basic human right. Scriptures in Leviticus 19:18 teach us to love thy neighbor as thyself. It is a directive that teaches each one of us here today to love one another through peace, acceptance, and understanding. Second, as each of us takes enormous pride in our own religious history, culture, and strength, so too must we pride ourselves on the level of understanding and tolerance our people have of other religions and cultures. As we encourage our people's pride in our own religions, we must castigate our congregations should intolerance and ignorance of other religions and cultures arises. Third, it is our responsibility to guide our people towards looking for the inestimable value of peace and not in conflict. Yes, the world is made up of different races, colors, ethnicities, religions, and political ideology. However, the seeds of peace begin to grow when people of all faiths and backgrounds are encouraged to communicate, tolerate, accept, and ultimately love each other. Today, ordinary people from all three faiths share a deep desire for peace and justice, and from many other faiths, not just these three. They all aspire to seek, to encourage a model friendship and respect for each other. We as leaders of our respective faiths and people do also share a deep desire for peace and justice. We will work towards it, and we pledge our time, efforts, and wherewithal to the implementation of being spiritual diplomats between people, nations, and religions. Our aim should be threefold. One, to stand together should any of our communities suffer harassment or attack. Two, to respond together to events, local or global, which have an impact on the relationships between all of us. And three, to overcome some of the misrepresentation, demonization, stereotyping, prejudice, and lack of awareness in the world through an ongoing educational process that teaches peace and respect for each religion, ethnicity, race, and nationality with a goal of a peaceful and respectful coexistence. It is time to take the initiative without waiting for more ignorance, hatred, and war to occur. It's time to actively bring peace where there is conflict. It is time to seek the good instead of evil, hope instead of despair, and love instead of hatred. It is time to allow our love of God and respect for His covenant to protect and multiply the children of Abraham, to materialize into a worldwide covenant of peace and protection for all of humanity. Given the many examples in history, as well as some conflicts which are so recent that they continue to take place as we speak, they demonstrate the need for leaders to speak out and preach against religious intolerance, ethnic persecution, and race superiority. The core of these conflicts stem from the idea that one's religion, ethnicity, and race is the superior one, giving a person or group of people the religious duty to impose their religion on others under penalty of death, or to persecute other ethnicities and nationalities. Terminology such as infidels or heretics ought to be eliminated from our vocabulary. Using these words allow the zealots to attack, persecute, force conversions, and even kill anyone who has been branded as such. As leaders, we ought to condemn the use of this terminology. Equally as important, we need to teach that religion and religious values can and should be transmitted only through love, acceptance, and tolerance. Religion can only be appreciated if transmitted peacefully and with the consent and wholehearted acceptance of the individual. We as religious leaders have the responsibility to highlight the beauty of religion while teaching our own people how religion can bring harmony, peace, and understanding. On 5 occasions in the Bible, 1 in Leviticus, 3 in Ezekiel, and 1 in Nehemiah, each state that the religious statutes given by the Almighty are, quote, so mankind can live through them. And our sages in the Talmud expound on this announcement, saying specifically that by obeying the religious statutes, we are to live through them and not to die through them. In Psalm 34:15, King David exhorts us to search for peace, and pursue it. Our sages in Ethics of the Father state, be from the disciples of Aaron, the high priest, love peace, pursue peace, and love your fellow human. Each of us here today as leaders, we must make that commitment to encourage our people to pursue peace and love one another. All of us here, Christian, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, and others, can effect change by planting the seed of true peace amongst us and our co-religionists. We can come to the reconciliation of our people. Oseh shalom bimromav, hu berachamav ve'aseh shalom aleinu v'al amo Yisrael ve'imru amen. He who makes peace in his high heavens, may he in his mercy bring peace upon us and upon his entire nation, and let us say amen. Peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom aleichem. May God bless us with this endeavor. Thank you, and God bless you.
Beautiful night, Rabbi. Thank you for that powerful speech. Hey, we just get started.
Very much. Returning to the podium is Ms. Marina Ovtsinova, President of ALLATRA International Public Movement, bringing her expertise in counterterrorism and global security. She addresses a grave threat to democracy, from stigmatization to repression, focusing on the danger of anti-cultism.
Thank you so much. It's a really big pleasure to have the opportunity to address you once again. Thank you so much for that, Pastor Burns. And the energy in this room feels really huge, right? It feels like a really strong. And it's because we all, every single person in the room, we gathered to defend human freedom, a person's dignity. We all, every single person here understands what that means. And we're here to protect the right to believe, to speak the truth, and to live without fear. These freedoms are the very fundamental on which true security in human society is built. But we need to acknowledge something very clear, that foundation, that really important foundation for the human freedom is now in danger. Because today there is a well-organized structure at work, deliberately attacking that very foundation. And many of the deep, tragic stories that you will hear today from our speakers from this stage are direct result of the action of this transnational structure and its destructive manipulative techniques. So let me educate you a little bit. So what is that, and why does it pose a threat to every person and to society as a whole? The transnational anti-cult network is the highly coordinated international system made up of individual organization, activist, pseudo expert, and biased journalist. Their goal is to systematic dehumanization and destruction of targeted group of people and the incitement of hatred and hostility within the society. What this network does is often described more simply as anti-cultism. But in reality, anti-cultism is the technology of dehumanization and repression. Let me be clear right away. The anti-cult network can target absolutely any group, not just religious one. They can target social organization, hobby club, or even political party. And no matter who they choose, anti-cult agents follow the same well-practiced playbook. First, they slap the label on the targeted group in the media, calling them sect, cult, or simply dangerous group. Then, the step number 2, they launched an aggressive media campaign to smear that group using fake discriminations, false testimonies, and distorted information. Through these dirty media campaigns, they dehumanize the people in the targeted group. They strip them out of their humanity. And as a result, Those exposed to this manipulation stop seeing the targeted group as equal, as neighbors, as co-workers, as parents, as children, or fellow citizens. Instead, they begin to treat them as outsider or enemy. And after this stage of dehumanization, society is effectively giving, quote unquote, permission to persecute. People are fired from their jobs, pushed out of the public life, silenced through the pressure and intimidation, dragged into court, and even subjected to violence. And in the end, the very foundation of democracy collapses. Freedom of consciousness, the right to speak freely, the right one's face, and the right to human dignity. If these step-by-step patterns feels historically familiar, you're not mistaken. This is the very same mechanism Nazi Germany used to dehumanize the Jewish people, one step at a time, through the language of hatred, lies, and systematic propaganda. That process led to the tragedy of the Holocaust. And while the Holocaust itself is condemned by the international community today, the method that made it possible never truly disappeared. The tragedy of our time is that the world unequivocally condemned the outcome, genocide, but did not eliminate the tool itself. The technology of hatred survived, and it is still being used by the anti-cult network to this very day, in a different form, but with the same destructive consequences. This is why the use of anti-cult tactic always, without exception, leads to real violence, from persecution and repression to mass killing, forced organ harvesting, assassination attempts against political leaders, and school shootings. Today, you will hear the real stories, lived life experience that reveal the brutal reality of anti-cultism. These are testimonies from those whose friends become a victim of forced organ harvesting and were killed simply because they held different beliefs. These are the story of mothers whose sons died in the school shooting. These are the voices of people whose loved ones are being held in prison right now under harsh conditions simply because they practice a different faith. And our international movement has practical experience with how the anti-cult mechanism fuels hatred. Many of you ask me about the persecution that I mentioned in the first speech. So let me give you that story. So beginning in 2015, a coordinated, discrediting campaign was launched against the ALLATRA movement in the Russian Federation. It was carried out by the anti-cult network and coordinated directly by the FSB, the Federal Security Service of Russia. The reason we became a target was simple. We tried on a scientific level to warn the world about the geodynamic risk associated with the possible activation of the Siberian magma plume located on the Russian territory. A potential eruption would threaten not only Russia, but the entire world. Our warnings were ignored. The economic interests of powerful groups profiteering from Siberia's natural resources matter more than human lives and safety. As a result, a network, anti-cult experts, and structures affiliated with FSB was deployed against us. Their mission was to destroy our reputation and drown out the very substance of our scientific warning. In the end, the ALLATRA movement was labeled in Russia first as undesirable organization and later than extremist, in part because of our support to Ukraine also. In Russia, anti-cult actors use their full arsenal against us. The media, courts, and the full machinery of the state. They believed that by putting us on the blacklist, they could force us into the silence. But they were wrong. We began to speak even louder. We studied their method in the smallest details. We made them public. We exposed the structure of their network, their roles, their connection, their channels through which they spread their narrative and their real motives. And we brought it to the world's attention. We proved that this Russian anti-cult infrastructure of hate has already been exported to China, Korea, Africa, Europe, and the United States. We traced how the pressure that began in Russia becomes a source of persecution around the world through publication, through the analysis, through the same talking points appeared in different countries as if copied from the very same subject and pasted in a different country. We also discovered that within the ranks of anti-cultists, pathological cruelty and sadism thrive. This is the matter of deep moral decay. And there are strong reasons to suspect their involvement in human trafficking and crimes against children. One of these stories we will share today with you. It is a real case that will show you the true brutal face of anti-cultism. You need to understand that anti-cultism is the global assembly line of crimes against humanity. It runs on the same playbook everywhere, and we have exposed it for what it truly is. Anti-cultism strikes at the most basic rights: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, independent media, the right to a fair trial, and the principle of the presumption of innocence. So today, I want to deliver one simple and clear message. As long as anti-cultism exists in this world, true democracy and human freedom are impossible. And if we do not eradicate anti-cultism as the phenomenon, we will not be able to secure a future, safe future, prosperous future for our children. And I would like to note a particular that you, dear Pastor Burns, play a special role in the countering the destructive anti-cultism. Through your spiritual diplomacy initiative, you are uniting leaders of different countries, different religions, different worldviews, who have stepped forward to defend human dignity and freedom of conscience and the right to live with dignity. And we all know, and we can say it, that you, Pastor Burns, act as the true leader. You build unity where others saw division. You give a voice back to those who are being pushed into silence. And you offer protection to those who are in need, who cannot protect themselves. And it's because that initiative, like yours, extremely important right now. And we understand that thanks to you and this initiative, humanity will inevitably prevail. And for all our participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement, it is a great honor to stand shoulder to shoulder to you. And for decades, the anti-cult network acted with impunity. But today, thanks to you, Pastor Burns, the situation has been changed. And we can say with the full responsibility and confidence, for a final victory, only one thing is still missing: the unity of everybody, especially the unity of those who has been targeted by that group. To stop the threats and killings and the destruction that anti-cult network brings, we need more than words. We need decisive action. We need a coalition of mutual protection, international and interfaith. The principle must be simple and shared by all. An attack on one group is an alarm for everyone. Instead of indifference, let them deal with it themselves. We must stand and unwaveringly solidarity. We will defend them because tomorrow someone could come for any one of us. If everyone who has been targeted by the anti-cult network and harmed by its manipulation unites to expose its criminal activities and publicly expose how the anti-cultism works, we will inevitably achieve justice and prevent new tragedies for sure. There is an age-old and very accurate metaphor. I'm pretty sure you all know that. But please, think one more time with me when I will cite this word. How we can use it, what we can take home. We all know that it is very, very easy to break a single twig. It takes almost no effort. But if we gather all twigs together into one bundle, it becomes stronger. Not because each twig has become stronger, but because they are together. And that is exactly how we must act right now. Each of us may believe in our own way. Each of us can continue doing what we're doing. We're all leaders. We all have our missions. But together, by protecting our future, our children from this organization, by standing for rights, for freedom of religion, for freedom of choice, for freedom of your thoughts, your action. So we definitely can change this world. Because by the end of the day, our strength is in unity. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. That's so powerful.
Thank you, Marina, for that sobering analysis and for making it clear that as long as transnational anti-cult network exists, democracy and freedom are impossible. And right now, please welcome Dr. Michael Jenkins, President of the Universal Peace Federation and the President of the Washington Times Holdings, with decades of experience organizing peace initiatives in the Middle East and Northeast Asia. He speaks to us today on the urgent issue of global religious persecution.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. To our distinguished panelists and outstanding audience and delegates, it's great to be here with you. Pastor Mark Burns is really doing a great job for freedom, religious freedom and all freedoms. I want to give him a hand with my heart. Thank you. Thank you. United in Liberty. Also want to thank President Trump, who's doing an excellent job with religious freedom, forming the White House Faith Office with Paula White, and Pastor Burns is also leading that effort throughout the world. We are in a global war right now. There's a global war against God, and it's hitting every faith, every community, and also people of conscience. What are we going to do? Nigeria, Christians are dying there, being persecuted for their faith. Muslims also. The Uyghur Muslims in China are being held in, a massive place with over 1 million people. And many are dying. under persecution. India, also many nations of the world. And I really want to say, how will we stop this? How are we going to turn this around? We have to bring the faith communities together. That is the number one thing that will help the most. And then the political leaders will be enlightened and they will follow the lead of the faith leaders if we love one another. I really believe that right now we see that there is an urgent situation, and that is with our Jewish family. I met my brother, Rabbi, and I would like to have a moment of silent prayer for our Jewish family right now, just a moment of silent prayer, peace for all Jewish people everywhere. Amen, amen. And for all God's people, and also for all people of conscience. So I would say to this, peace, shalom, assalamu alaikum, shanti, shanti. We can win when we come together. We are meant to be together. I was fortunate to be called for the Middle East Peace Initiative for many years, and I went over there dozens of times to Gaza, to Jordan, also to Lebanon, all the countries around that area. And I found interfaith dialogue can do more to heal divisions than anything else. Other things are important too. Economic development, all kinds of friendship, education, economic investment. But interfaith dialogue can bring hearts together. Suddenly, your Muslim brother or your Jewish sister or whoever it is, your Christian friend, are no longer strangers that we have images about. They become family. They become family. So even as miserable as it has been for the people of Gaza and Israel, interfaith dialogue has to rise, Pastor Burns, right away. Right away. You need to lead it too, because you're so much fun to be with. This man loves everybody. One thing about interfaith dialogue, if you love people and you really appreciate how God is working through their faith, it changes you. That's why America has such a central role to play, because there is an understanding that all faiths are welcome here, even though we mess up a lot of times. All people are welcome in America, all faiths. How are we going to make that happen? We need leadership. We need the spiritual diplomats. Spiritual diplomats are not political leaders, but they can help lead the way for political leaders. Our congressman who came here, how great it is that they support. But they're also, the lead of spiritual diplomats is something that's not restricted. We don't have to worry about a lot of protocols, right, Doc? That's right. You just go and start engaging with love and wanting to heal. So I just want to highlight a couple areas in the world that are shockingly going the wrong direction. We usually see countries that are unstable or countries where there's kind of a strong leader, a strong man leading that oppress other people. But how about democracies? How about democracies? We never imagine democracies. No, they really follow the will of the people. When Japan, a terrible thing has happened. Matt Schlapp talked about communism. Why is communism a problem? Fundamentally, it denies the existence of God, and it sees religion as the enemy. So earlier on, Father Moon and Dr. Han developed a movement in Japan in the late 70s, and it was so effective at stopping communism. Prime Minister Kishi brought him in together, and then Prime Minister Abe, and they all worked together. And communism did not take over Japan. They were trying very hard in the 70s. It was possible it could happen. But then those same communists formed lawyers' groups that have been against this movement of family federation. And they've been against it for years and years and years. And then finally, a more liberal leader came as the Prime Minister of Japan, and he kind of caved into them and said, we got to get rid of this group. And he announced, we can't. They haven't broken any law. So somebody came up with the idea, we don't need a law. If they've just made some disturbances or they've had lawsuits, we can use that. So they used that. Fortunately, there's a new prime minister now, so I think a new history is about to be written. But why do we bring this up? Because when a democracy like Japan goes the wrong direction, a domino effect occurs. So last year, Rwanda, and Kenya cited Japan's example of closing or dissolving a religion without breaking any law. They got excited about it. This happened in 23 and 24. Rwanda has now closed, shut down, or destroyed 10,000 Christian churches in 2 years. And they cited Japan's example. They're a world democracy. And then also Korea. Now the leader of Korea is really not supporting the faith traditions. He's more of a left-leaning person. That's why President Trump challenged him when he came to the Oval Office. He said, "What's going on in Korea? Looks like some kind of a revolution or purge. You're persecuting churches." They went after Yoido Full Gospel Church. They went after Billy Kim, who was the translator for Billy Graham. On July 18th, this last year, they raided thousands of organizations, or thousands of people came out and raided many churches, including the Family Fed. And they went to Sagero Church, a Presbyterian church, and because that leader is standing up for family values, marriage in the image of God, and freedom of speech, he's now in jail now. He's been in jail for almost 137 days, right? And Mother Han of the Family Fed, she's been put in jail now for 125 days. She has not been convicted of anything. So we're just calling your attention to that, because when you come together, we can move our faith communities together, and then the nations can move. God bless you all from your nations, your faith. God bless your family, and God bless America.
You're so good.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jenkins, for your leadership. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Reverend Damian Dunkley, President of the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, USA. He brings a critical report on religious persecution in Korea.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to be with you up here, Mark. Dr. King said, "I've been to the mountaintop and I've seen the promised land." So leaders can see the way, leaders can lead the way, but we can't leave them alone. We need to stand together. We cannot watch from the sidelines. So, Pastor Mark Burns, thank you. Thank you for convening this room. Thank you for bringing us together. Your courage and clarity, the President's pit bull, yeah, that's just one, maybe one thing you are. The image, as you spoke, came to mind of those, those huge logs they used to use in the medieval times to break down palace doors. That kind of power, your word brings that kind of power. So, I mean, get out of the way. Better to stand with this man than stand against this man, I say. Thank you, Pastor Burns, for bringing us together. Bless you. So, as well as all of you incredible leaders, it's a real honor to stand with you today. I'd like to share just a short personal story. I've lived all over the world. It's crazy how many places, all over Europe, Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, and I've visited all kinds of places, Oceania, Central Asia, Central and South America, Middle East. But America is the only country that I've ever truly cried for. I want to explain. I was 10 years old. This isn't that dramatic a story, but I was 10 years old. I was in London, beautiful city, and two young men ran up on me to attack me and take my bag. And I wrestled round and around. I wrestled with them, and I stood my ground. But on the way home, I cried. I wasn't crying because I was all bruised up or because they took my bag, because they did not. I was crying for something deeper. And I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I knew it was something to do with America, my first home. It was something that you couldn't see. It wasn't McDonald's or whatever, you know, they got all of that in London too. It was something intangible, something invisible that back then I didn't know what it was, but I know what it is today. Even at 10, I could sense that freedom in America and freedom, even in Europe, is not the same thing. We use the same word in England and America to say freedom. We translate that word into many other languages. And we think that when we, Mark, as an American, use that word and it enters the ear of a foreign speaker, that they understand what we mean. But I promise you, it is not the same. It is not the same. Now, we can lose it here. Thank God we haven't yet. But there's something I just wanted to testify to you about this concept of freedom. And it has something to do with what our founders built here, right? Our Constitution says that our rights are inalienable. This is endowed by our Creator. This is so unique. So our freedom is rooted in this because government does not grant it. Government is realizing it, honoring it, accepting it, and protecting it. Protecting something not that the government gave, protecting something that God has already given. Freedom is our birthright from God. And freedom of religion is the freedom to worship God. There's a lot of folks that may think that's just important for religious people. But I've been experiencing through many of these stories that you're hearing about, when you go to these places firsthand, you realize whether it's a democracy or not doesn't mean necessarily anything anymore. Because there's no democracy without freedom, and there's no freedom without God. I really believe God invested in this nation, not just for these people, but to be a shelter for all religions and all people. And the world is crying. Liberty is everyone's birthright, which is why America must stand to protect and serve the freedom and liberty of all people on the planet. I believe that by putting God first. And the world is crying. Recently, I was in Korea. We just heard mention of this, Dr. Jenkins. And I experienced something I never expected to. It's a free and democratic country, a place I never expected that I would need to feel like I got to look over my shoulder before I say something. And many of you may know this feeling. I never thought I would feel that in Korea. Honestly, I started to kind of feel that right here in America until recently. I visited Dr. Han, the Mother of Peace, in a detention center in Seoul. I visited Pastor Son Hyun-bo in a detention center in Busan together with my brother, Pastor Mark Burns. Thank you for standing up for freedom in Korea and all over the world. Thank you. We saw them together. We saw them in their miserable prison garb. Hemmed in on all sides by cement walls. Cut from the world. Reduced to their most humble essence. But what struck me in both cases was the testimony of the guards. They recognize their loving character. They recognize their spiritual authority. And these detainees had already earned great respect through their daily actions. Those cells do not stop their spirits. Those cells do not stop their light from shining and influencing the entire world. Amen? So why are they imprisoned? Dr. Han, the Mother of Peace, is turning 83 in a couple of days. A great-great-grandmother. 8 decades of serving, living for God, living for humanity, sacrificing for peace, not even a single parking ticket. So why? Why 1,000 police investigators like stormtroopers raiding her home and spiritual campus, throwing all of her personal things around her bedroom, looking for something they still haven't found? And like we heard, over 3-4 months in a jail cell. She'll be there for her birthday, as she was there for Christmas. Why? Perhaps the only threat that she poses is that of being an inconvenient faith. A faith that reminds the powerful that their power is not above God. This is what makes America great, actually. The state is not saying, we grant you your freedom because you are a child of God. The state is saying, you already have your freedom because you are a child of God, and we cannot stop that. It is not the government that gives you your freedom. And that is the difference that I'm feeling even in democracies around the world. So we know this isn't just about 1 or 2 churches. There's a global war on God. And that's why I'm just drawing our attention to this unique taste of freedom, rooted in religious freedom right here in America. We need to protect it right here in America for the sake of not just America, but for the sake of the world. That is why we're coming together. Religious freedom is America's greatest treasure. And if we lose it, it's not just lost here. It will affect the planet, I promise you. So, to defend American democracy against godless dictatorships, this is what Dr. Han reminded us why we've been working in America, why founding the Washington Times, to protect American democracy against godless dictatorships, against communism, and to restore the original virtue and value of the family, the moral spine and backbone of this nation, and to remind everyone that we're not just one nation under God, we're one family under God. When America attends God, it becomes the beacon of freedom and liberty, the light and hope to the world. We cannot leave one another alone on that mountaintop, Mark. We'll only be able to defend liberty when we rise up together, when we stand up together, when we work together, just like those sticks we're talking about, right? That is why it has been an honor to stand together with you here today. Thank you so much. Let's do this. Where are we going next?
It was so powerful. Such a nice
Our next speaker is a courageous voice for truth. Ms. Janice Trey, board chair of the Epoch Times and NTD TV, a survivor of forced labor herself. She understands the machinery of the repression firsthand. She addresses a vital connection in her speech. Information freedom is crucial for religious freedom, highlighting the systematic persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Ms. Janice Trey.
Thank you, Pastor Burns, for having me here in this magnificent Cannon building, congressional buildings. I would never have imagined I would have this date, because I could have killed during the forced labor camps as a child laborer, first grade, second grade, third grade, carry fertilizers to the top of the hill heavier than myself, pick up crops from the cornfield every day after school during harvest seasons. And I could have been killed during the Tiananmen Square massacre, June 4th, 1989. The fact that I am alive in front of every one of you, in front of all the spiritual diplomats, we all should give a voice to the voiceless. Next slide, please. Today, we honor the Creator. We speak for the voiceless. to share life-saving actions, to unite as spiritual diplomats, to end communism once and for all, to counter information censorship, to restore humanity's freedom to connect with the divine. For 5,000 years, China was a land of the divine. But since 1949, the atheist communist regime has sought to erase faith, eliminate God with communism. And since 1999, 70 to 100 million people practicing a peaceful meditations have been brutally persecuted. And even the crimes against humanity, forced organ harvesting, was being used as an instrument for religious persecution, and it still goes on today. Next page. The repression does not stop at China's border. Under Xi Jinping's order, transnational repression has spread globally through subversion, deceptions, unrestricted warfare, and the erosion of moral and religious traditions abroad. Chinese Communist Party's propaganda, misinformation, disinformations have been amplified through coordinated online campaigns, films, legacy media. Next slide. Let me give you an example. New York Times reporter Nicole Hong published over 10 articles in a short 8-month period attacking Shen Yun. Without disclosing her father worked for the United Front Works Organization, that is the Chinese Communist Party's spy organization overseas. And Nicole Hong and New York Times misleading articles were artificially amplified by thousands of inauthentic social media accounts appearing to be widely read, even make it to be most read New York Times articles in election year 2024. You know that cannot be true. But that is how information warfare operates. Next slide. What New York Times recycling the propaganda of the Chinese Communist Party on Shen Yun. What is Shen Yun? Shen Yun is the beauty of divine beings dancing. Shen Yun brings to life 5,000 years of China's divine traditional culture, nearly destroyed by the past several decades of Communist Party rule. Shen Yun Performing Arts is actually a U.S. company based in New York, founded 20 years ago. It's the fastest growing, successful American companies, and with 8 touring companies reaching over 20 countries, 200 cities every year, and it has inspired more than 10 million audience members. If you haven't seen it, go see it yourself. It's so beautiful and inspiring that you may feel connected to the divine. Next slide. Shen Yun also tells the true story of the peaceful civil resistance by as many as 100 million people. They are persecuted simply by living the universal principles of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. Why? Next slide. This spiritual practice includes 5 gentle exercises and meditations. Falun Gong is practiced in over 110 countries, recognized by tens of thousands of proclamations around the world for its significant health benefits, spiritual clarity. And its founder, Mr. Li Hongzhi, has been nominated for Nobel Peace Prize 4 times. Next slide. The Chinese Communist Party responds with defamation, torture, killing, because truth exposes lies, compassion reveals brutality, faith defies tyranny. Falun Gong practitioners lead a very healthy and disciplined lives because they don't drink, they don't smoke. The Chinese Communist Party see them as the targets for organ transplants, benefits by killing them on demand. When humans become spare parts, the moral red line has been crossed. We must do something. We must do something now. First, next slide, call on the United States senators to co-sponsor and pass Senate Bill 817, which censors perpetrators of forced organ harvesting and mandates the State Departments to report on China's practice, which Secretary Rubio are ready to enact that. We're just waiting for Senate bill to pass A17. And the companion bill in the House, 1540, has already passed unanimously. By calling your senators or calling someone who knows the senators, you could save lives. You can stop the crimes against humanity that is taking place every second, every minute, every hour. Second, next slide. We need a secure communication tool, and I'd like to introduce you to the most advanced, most secure tool for all the freedom fighters and for all the spiritual diplomats. Our brothers and sisters in closed societies need a secure tool. All of us here need a secure tool. Everybody watching it online need a secure tool. And this tool is more secure than the standard security setting of Zoom, of Microsoft Teams, or Google Meet. And it is all four function in one platform. You can do video conferencing, you can do messaging, you can do file sharing, you can do calling, all in one tool called SafeMeet. You can go to safemeet.us to download or download it from App Store in Apple or Google phone. And it operates on its own private server networks. It's not on any of the big tech clouds. So you will not be subject to those cyber attacks that are often experienced by the big tech. And SafeMeet uses the encryption technology that's trusted by NATO, NASA, German Department of Defense, French Interior Departments, and the United Kingdom's National Health Services. It's all free. This is a gift to humanity. It's a gift so that we can all communicate safely, and it can handle thousands and thousands together. Like a conference like this, we could have hosted on SafeMeet. It's not limited to Signal, only have 50 people. Third, next slide, uphold the freedoms of the press by subscribing to the Epoch Times or the NTT TVs, which we have 4 satellites broadcast into China, and plus over-the-air and cables. We've been providing uncensored information in and out of closed societies. Despite all the suppressions by big tech, including demonetizations, including all the suppressions, for 25 years, we never bend down because we are nonprofits. We want to provide truth reporting to you. We are based on the principles of truth, tradition, and hope. Many of our readers and viewers learned about the pandemic in December 2019, a few months before the rest of the world know about pandemics. And they changed the return flights and avoided the lockdowns, whereas their relatives and colleagues will perish in China, never return home. You never know when timely information saves lives. So sign up Epoch Times and NDT. Epoch Times, 9 commentaries of the Communist Party, as of yesterday, has inspired 457,255,926 people, renounce the Chinese Communist Party and its affiliated organization, the Youth League and the Young Pioneers. The specter of communism ruining our world exposes how communism suppresses faith and corrodes humanity by destroying culture and moralities. Last but not least, the 4th action, if you have not seen Shen Yun, go check it out. Tell communism, no, we are not listening to you. We want to see communism before China, before communism. We want to learn the 5,000 years of wisdoms that God has given us. All of you are courageous. You stand up for religious freedom and human rights. It's critical today that we all join hands to face down this evil, as our courage is stronger than brutalities. We can accelerate the fall of communism. We can dismantle censorship, and we can all reclaim humanity's sacred connection to the divine. May God bless you, bless everyone who walked the path of truthfulness, compassion, forbearance, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. That was so powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm honored to introduce Ms. Rushan Abbas, founder and executive director of the Campaign for Uyghurs. With her own sister unjustly imprisoned by the CCP, her advocacy is personal and unrelenting. She presents unbroken Uyghur voices calling for a united interfaith response to the atrocities facing the Uyghur people.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to join you all here to this wonderful conference, an extraordinary initiative led by brave Pastor Burns to advance peace, dignity, and the freedom of belief. I speak as first-hand witness to China's religious persecution. My people, Uyghurs, in East Turkestan, also known as Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, under China's occupation. They're enduring an ongoing genocide right now because of their identity and religion. The Chinese regime brands Uyghur Muslims as extremists, criminalize normal practice, and disguise mass detention of millions of people as re-education centers. And where the Uyghurs' faith is erased and replaced with enforced loyalty to the communist Chinese government. For them, the faith is a threat to absolute control. Surveillance technologies track people who pray, attend religious gatherings, and Uyghur mothers are sent to the jail because they are teaching their children the culture and the religion. Some of them are sentenced for more than 10 years. Over 1 million Uyghur children are taken from their families, sent to state-run orphanages, were being raised with Chinese communist ideologies, forsaking their religion and religious and their cultural identities. Uyghur women are subject to forced sterilization, forced abortions. Because of that, the Uyghur birth rate dropped down to 0% to some of the Uyghurs' mostly populated areas. And the Chinese embassy is not hiding that. They're publicly, Chinese embassy here in the United States, publicly celebrated those genocidal efforts by saying Uyghur women are no longer baby-making machines. And this persecution is not just limited to the Uyghurs. As my sister Janice just reminded everyone, they started in our homeland with surveillance technologies and they using our homeland as a testing ground. And then Tibet, Southern Mongolia, Falun Gong practitioners, they all endured the same fate. The democracy in Hong Kong demolished in front of all of us and our eyes, and the world stood silent. Now Taiwan is under threat. Next, it will be all of us, unless if we speak out and hold the CCP accountable. If we don't speak now, the only voice left will be one of regret. CCP has destroyed churches, removed crosses, jailed pastors. Beijing publicly announced that they are going to rewrite the Bible and the Holy Quran to make it compatible with Chinese communist ideologies. How in the world any religion can be compatible with Chinese atheist ideology? Just the last months, right before Christmas, over 100 pastors were detained. And also Pastor Ezra Jin from Zion's Church is still in detention. The same machinery of repression is long used against those who speak the truth, expose China's crimes, including China's transnational repression Janice just explained. And I am one of them. In September 2018, I participated in a public panel at Hudson Institute talking about the mass detention of the Uyghur people and outlining fate of my in-laws, 24 members of my husband's family, my parents-in-laws, all of his siblings, their spouses, 14 of his nieces and nephews disappeared. And when I talked about that, as an American citizen, practicing my freedom of speech in the land of the free, in Washington, they took my sister, a retired medical doctor, non-political person, just an ordinary mother and grandmother living peaceful life. They took her just 5 days after my speech to punish me. She's still in jail. 7.5 years, she's still in jail. So the Chinese government wanted to silence me and intimidate me. And what I did was I was working as International Business Development Director, and I took lunch break when I did that speech. But then I quit my job. I became a full-time activist now. And last 7.5 years, I'm traveling around the world exposing China's crimes. Thank you. Our religion, our language, even our names, our identity, our faith, everything is being erased. And that's why I'm so grateful today for Pastor Burns to giving me this platform and all these wonderful people, all the staff who made this great conference available for me, providing me this platform. It's not just giving me the voice, but you are giving millions of Uyghurs, 20 million Uyghur Muslims a voice here at this platform. So thank you so much. This CCP has protected the system of total control. I know I'm short on time. Just give me 2 minutes, I'll be finished. The CCP has perfected the system of total control in my homeland, and they're exporting it to the authoritarian regimes worldwide. They have the vision, strategy, and the means to spread the system of oppression far beyond its borders, undermining national security and eroding democratic foundation that your parents, your grandparents worked so hard to build and to defend. This is not just the Uyghur issue anymore. It's China's war on faith, war on freedom and democracy, war on the women and the children, and a war on humanity itself. We stand at the turning point here. Silence is the oxygen for the tyranny. Unless we hold China accountable, it will be your children and the grandchildren who will pay the consequences of an illiberal world. Our faith, our hope, our courage, and the support for each other, and all of you here, is what we have left to fight onwards. And do not allow China to make this genocide a profitable venture with forced Uyghur labor. Your cotton, your tomatoes, the parts of your car that you drive, and everything you use is made by Uyghur slaves. Blood, sweat, and the tears. The shirt on your back could have been made by my sister, Dr. Gulshan Abbas. Our faith should let us speak out for the Uyghurs. I thank a couple of the doctors here mentioning the Uyghurs. I really appreciate the people who are bringing the Uyghur issue up, and I am so grateful for Pastor Burns. Freedom survives only when we stand together against those who would destroy it. We are all responsible for what happens next. Thank you. Thank you. I want to give this book to Pastor Burns.
so much. We stand with you and your sister.
Thank you so much. Sorry.
Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce a delegation from Ukraine, Vitaly Arlov, co-founder of Ukrainian Week in Washington, D.C., and Alexander Ilash, Ukrainian Week in Washington, D.C. Committee, founder and chairman of Share Your Bread with the Hungry One charity in Ukraine.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you, and we just arrived yesterday to be here at this very important event, and we heard a lot about Ukraine today. A lot of those of you who support Ukraine and who are really concerned, and we really believe that spiritual diplomacy, this very important subject, and this is what we all have to be united for, to do and to change the world together. Thanks to Pastor Mark, who has been with us in Ukraine not once, and who really stays strong for Ukraine and for peace and for just peace in Ukraine. Thank you, Pastor Mark, for what you're doing for our country.
Yeah, Pastor Mark, thank you very much for your support Ukraine, visiting Ukraine. Thank you for your passion. Сьогодні ми хочемо пару слів сказати саме за духовні причини тої страшної війни.
And while we're here, we would love to share with you just a couple of words about spiritual reasons for that horrific war in our country.
Бо агресія Росії проти України має духовні причини.
Because we deeply believe that there are spiritual reasons for that aggression of Russia against Ukraine.
На жаль, слабке лідерство в світі приводить до важких часів.
And unfortunately, we all know that a weak leadership bringing a hard and difficult times in humanity, in this world.
Легкі часи народжують слабких лідерів.
And easy time brings to a weak leadership.
Слабке лідерство приводить до важких часів.
And a weak leadership brings hard days and hard years to our
важкі часи
world.
Народжують сильне лідерство.
But difficult times bringing to a strong leadership.
Але, на жаль, добрі часи знову приводять до слабкого лідерства.
And unfortunately, good days and good years bring us to weak leadership again.
Ми дуже дякуємо пастору Марку.
So we're very much grateful to Pastor Mark.
Що він піднімає прапор сильного лідерства, духовного лідерства.
That he is the one who raising up on a high level the flag of spiritual diplomacy and spiritual leadership.
В Україні, thank you very much. І сьогодні нам потрібне духовне лідерство для того, щоб відверто сказати, що реально відбувається в моїй країні.
And today we all need that spiritual leadership to be able to say openly what's going on in my country of Ukraine.
Сьогодні кілька міст, які налічують мільйони людей.
These days several cities
знаходяться під атаками, бомбардуванням російської армії.
Cities are being under constant attacks of Russian army.
І люди знаходяться без тепла і без електрики.
And during these freezing winter days, people are living without electricity, without heating, without water in their houses for weeks.
Сьогодні температура в Україні біля нуля по Фаренгейту.
And today the temperature in Ukraine is about 0 with Fahrenheit, or minus 15, minus 20 with Celsius.
Але Україна стоїть.
But you know, despite all these challenges, Ukraine stays strong.
Україна історично завжди була християнською країною останні більше ніж 1000 років.
Historically, our country has been a Christian nation for over 1000 years.
Тисячі місіонерів Україна відправила в Росію, в інші країни.
And for those of you who never heard about that, Ukraine has sent thousands of missionaries all over the world.
І це свідчить про те, що саме ця війна – це духовна війна.
And this is one of the reasons of this spiritual war in our country.
Сьогодні іранські дрони бомблять Україну і Ізраїль.
Today, Iranian drones are bombing Ukraine and Israel.
Сьогодні північна корейська зброя бомбить християнську країну Україну.
And today, Northern Korean soldiers and weapons also bombing Ukraine.
І Україна знаходиться зараз в християнській цивілізації.
And these days, Ukraine is a country in a Christian civilization.
А все, що на схід, це диктаторська цивілізація.
And down to east, there is a lot of dictatorship civilizations.
Де немає свободи для проповіді Євангелія.
Where there is lack of freedom for the preaching of the gospel.
Де Росія знов ставить комуністичні пам'ятники.
Where in Russia they putting back those communistic monuments.
Росія розбомбила 700 церков в Україні.
Within this almost 4 years of this war in Ukraine, Russia has targeted and destroyed over 700 temples and church buildings
І
in
деколи
Ukraine.
цілилась саме в церкву, бо поруч нічого більше не було.
And we have a lot of cases when, for sure, we can say that they, for reason, they wanted to target church building because around the church there is nothing. It's just a church building.
Next slide, please. В окупованому Мелітополі, окупованому Росією та Мелітополі, вони забрали церковне приміщення.
And there is a city of Melitopol in Ukraine with a very nice church building.
І зробили з нього військовий музей російської армії.
And Russian forces, they occupied and they took over that church building and they made kind of like their military storage there.
Росіяни вбили біля 70 пасторів і священиків.
And it's over 70 pastors and priests who were killed within these 4 years of this war by Russian soldiers.
Половина з них це протестантські євангельські віруючі.
And half of those priests were evangelical Christians.
Next slide, please.
Evangelical pastors and priests.
Це один з пасторів, Юрій, я його особисто знаю.
This is the picture of Pastor Yuri. I knew him personally.
Він прийшов на ранок для того, щоб провести ранкове молитовне служіння.
He came to his church building in the morning to lead morning prayer service.
Як тільки служіння закінчилось,
and right after the service finished,
люди розійшлися.
And people left the building.
І прилетіла російська авіаційна бомба і розбомбила і вбила його.
Right after that prayer service, Russian aviabomb was dropped straight to that church building, destroyed the building and killed the pastor.
Тому я дуже прошу, щоб ми, духовна дипломатія, повинна називати чорне чорним, а біле білим.
And that's why, today here we are talking with you about spiritual diplomacy, and we have to be the people who will call white things white and black things
Це
black.
справжня духовна битва.
There in Ukraine we are on the real spiritual warfare.
Наступний слайд.
Why do I say this?
В Україні повна свобода для проповіді Євангелія.
Because you have to know that in Ukraine we have full-scale freedom to
Пастор
preach the
Марк
gospel.
декілька місяців тому молився з президентом Зеленським і з урядовцями в нашій країні.
Prayed together with our president and with a lot of parliamentaries, members of parliament, during our national prayer breakfast in Kyiv, in the capital city of our country. We have full-scale freedom to preach the gospel.
Російська пропаганда намагається сказати, що в Україні немає свободи.
And these days we heard a lot that Russian propaganda tries to say and to deceive people that we don't have freedom for the gospel in Ukraine.
Декілька років тому ми зібрали 500 000 людей на центральній вулиці.
A few years ago we had a gathering which 500,000 people attended
Для того, щоб славити Бога і
at the
прославляти
very
царя царів.
central square in the Kyiv, in the capital of our country. And those people were gathered to praise God and to worship Him.
В Україні сьогодні самий більший в Європі молитовний сніданок.
And these days we have, every year we have the largest prayer breakfast in Europe.
В 90 офісах державних проходять молитовні сніданки і читання Біблії.
And during the year we have prayer breakfast in over 90 locations all across Ukraine.
Диявол хоче все це зупинити.
And the enemy, he tries to stop all of this.
І дуже часто він розв'язує війни, коли відбуваються якісь стратегічні речі на
And
цій
very
землі.
often we can see in the history that when some strategic things are developing for the sake of the gospel, then the war came to that place as a weapon of the enemy.
Коли народився Мойсей, вбивали хлопчиків.
When the Moses was born, the Pharaoh tried to kill all the boys.
Коли Ісус народився,
When Jesus
вбивали
was
хлопчиків.
born, they tried, Herod tried to kill all those boys.
Коли 500 років тому в Європу пішла реформація, була війна 30 років.
And 500 years ago, when Reformation came to Europe, there was a war for over 30 years.
Коли 100 років назад було декілька пробуджень, Азуза Стріт, Уельс.
And 100 years ago, when there was a few revivals, Azusa Street and Welsh revival,
прийшла Перша світова війна і Друга
we
світова
got
війна.
First World War and then Second World War.
Тому, друзі, ми просимо вас
That's why, friends,
підняти голос молитви
we want to ask you to keep us in your prayers.
і підняти голос духовної дипломатії.
To raise up your voice of prayer and to raise up your voice of spiritual diplomacy.
Для того, щоб зупинити цю комуністичну російську навалу.
For the one reason, to stop this communistic Russian aggression.
І ми хотіли би кожному з вас подарувати мою книгу.
And we brought this book. This is my book that we brought to give to each of you.
На ваших рядах вони є.
You probably have seen it on your chair.
Ця книга про саме духовні причини
This is a
війни.
gift for you from Ukraine, and this is a book about spiritual reasons for the war in Ukraine.
І купа свідоцтв, що сьогодні Бог надзвичайно робить в
And there
Україні.
inside you will see a bunch of testimonies what God has done through these 4 years of the war in Ukraine, what kind of miracles we have seen.
В цій невеличкій брошурі 3 трагічних історії.
And also it has a small brochure with 3 stories of 3 families.
У трьох чоловіків
3 men's.
від російських бомбардувань.
3 men who lost their families because of
Загинула
Russian
дружина
bombings.
і майже всі
Some of
діти.
them lost their wives, some of them lost their wives and kids.
І якщо ви хочете більше про це все знати,
If you want to get to know more about this,
ми запрошуємо вас на Ukrainian Week, який
we
буде через
inviting
тиждень
you
тут у
to
DC.
visit, to attend Ukrainian Week here in Washington, D.C. just 1 week from now. It will be here from February 2nd till February 7th.
Пастор Марк буде кей-спікером
And Pastor
на
Mark is
нашому
going to be
українському
our
тижні.
keynote speaker at our Ukrainian Week in Washington, D.C. So you all invited.
Yes. And Edward Graham, many congressmen and senators.
We're going to have Edward Graham. We're going to have a good number of congressmen and senators who are going to be with us. So you all invited. Please register and get to be with us and support Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Духовна дипломатія
Spiritual
піднімається.
diplomacy raising up here now in the United States, and it's going to spread all around the world.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, God bless you, brother. Героям слава.
Thank you very much to Vitaly Orlov and Alexander Milash. Thank you so much. Now we shift our focus to the protection of the most vulnerable among us, our children. Please welcome His Excellency Ambassador Lazaro Nilandu, a distinguished Tanzanian diplomat and former cabinet minister, who will discuss the critical work of protecting children in Tanzania and securing their future.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Pastor Mark Barnes, God bless. It was a pleasure having a chance to speak with you over the phone the other time, and I can see you now. I wish to recognize congressional leaders, some of whom had spoken before, spiritual leaders who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my great honor and singular privilege to speak before you on the subject of shared responsibility which we have before God and humanity, which requires all of us, one, to take care, to protect, and above all, to give the most love to the most vulnerable. And these are children who, some of them may be in harm's way anywhere in the world. As a diplomat myself and as advisor to my president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, it is befitting that I bring to you greetings from Madam President and share with you her deep belief that the safety of children anywhere is our God-given responsibility and a noble duty upon which our humanity and our human conscience and belief are measured. Coming from Tanzania, a land that stands as an enduring symbol of peace, beauty, and stability in Africa, and a country whose children have grown singing, and if there is anybody from Tanzania here would attest to me, we grew up singing a love song, all of us. It said, Tanzania, nakupenda kwa moyo wote, ninapokwenda safarini kutazama maajabu. And it was speaking rather about people and children who had no home, who had no place to go. Tanzania would be a country that welcomes them all, give them home, give them refuge. And these melodies and lyrics have defined who we are as a nation, spoke then and now that suffering children are safe in God's hands. And we, the people, remain his instrument of sharing his grace, his care, his protection, and enduring love for all of the children of our world. Currently in Tanzania, and I wanted to give this perspective so people understand where we are currently today in Tanzania. We are hosting around 231,000 to 232,000 refugees. This is according to UNHCR, mainly from the country of Burundi and DRC. This number was estimated to have reached 1 million during the peak of the Rwandan genocide. Thousands of children, mostly those escaping brutal reality of harm, wars, and fear, have crossed into our country, into our borders, to find a home, to find love, and to find families. Tanzania has continued its open arm policy in shielding children and persecuted persons from neighboring countries and allow them to share in our endowed heritage, the hospitality of our warm-hearted people. And if you ever come to Tanzania, you find love in the street. You find joy in the street. There is something in the air when you walk the nights in the cities like Dar es Salaam and other places. The vast opportunity brought by our beautiful country, we have opened the door and arms for those that are in harm's way. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes, and of course it does happen, bad actors have taken advantage of this generosity and access given to people from all around the world who wish to extend a helping hand in support of children in need across our land and, of course, across our continent. We had a story recently that Pastor Mark and I shared. Yes. This was a story of a man who was not a native of Tanzania. He had come from another beautiful country, and his name was Jakub Jahal from the Czech Republic. This man, whose infamous actions represents a modern-day cross-border criminal rings targeting children, is alleged to have abused children and misappropriated charity funds meant to support those same children in need in an orphanage somewhere in Moshi, just beneath the beautiful foot of Mount Kilimanjaro. This man became a monster in hiding, accused of abusing children in the most inhumane ways. And Jacob is reportedly to have arrived in Tanzania sometimes in 2020, initially as a community support lead through an organization called Nature Skills, which was supporting vulnerable children and promoting environmental action. Such actions are abhorrent and contrary to international laws and to the laws of the United Republic of Tanzania, and hence a coordinated due process to bring the perpetrator and his associate to justice is warranted, and regardless of where they may be hiding today in the world. Tanzania, under the able leadership of Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, our first female president, proud mother and a leader, has stood tall among nations in Africa by advancing Pan-African policy to protecting the rights of the children. Even during our darkest hour, our nation and her people has reason to find a reason, compromise, and purpose to continue holding all our children by the hand and keeping the faith in the greater good of humanity through God. It is well noted that during the years of J.F. Kennedy, and this is a man that many Americans remember with pride, this was back in 1961 to 1963. These years were known for the youthful energy of his new frontier vision. As America faced multiple challenges and opportunity at the same time, and among them, I remember from reading and from understanding, it was Cuba Missile Crisis, establishing a Peace Corps that continue to bring change across the world today, and also advancing the space technology. During these coveted times, a young leader from Tanzania, Julius Nyerere, had risen to power in our country, having delivered independence of Tanganyika from the rule of England without bloodshed. And this is important. He was a spiritual diplomat of his time. And they two quickly became friends. They had a bond of friendship. They had a bond of love and brotherhood. And this friendship resulted in JFK inviting Julius Nyerere to come to this city, Washington, D.C., on January 15, 1963. Among other things that they discussed was making the children of Africa and the children of Tanzania an endowment that we will all be proud. They discussed, among other things, the children's safety that would be the epicenter and foundation of Tanzania and U.S. relationships that have endured today. The welfare of Tanzanian school children, as I said, was among things they discussed then in 1963. Ladies and gentlemen, at such times as these, interfaith dialogue must continue to build trust. Where politics alone cannot, humanity is brought together in shared values and perspectives. The unity among faith communities is essential in addressing today's global challenges, the safety of children included. It is our sacred duty and shared responsibility to go beyond the call of duty, anything that we are, that we believe, that we want to do, to making sure the freedom of religion, the beliefs, and the faith is protected for all, because this is foundation upon which we can have societies that are strong. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever that happened now and today, I wish to say that one of the famous things that Nelson Mandela once said was that Africa, as he was looking at the continent, having come out of jail, he said, Africa, the Lord gave you struggles, and struggles made you strong. We are all made strong because of some of the things we go through. And I believe as we continue to stand united, as we continue to work together, the voices of far places like Africa, what we do, what we are achieving should be part of the contribution, positive contribution to this debate in the world, to making our world a better place. And I want to finish by giving you this. Someone somewhere in Africa continue to believe we do have that African dream to be a better people, to be loving, to open our hands to the rest of the world. We are over 54 different countries speaking hundreds upon hundreds of languages. But yet when you visit the continent, even places where you may not have heard, there is love in the air. If you come to Tanzania, if you come to places like Arusha, Mount Kilimanjaro, and you go to just ordinary folks in the villages, you find love in the air. We would like to have this love continue to unite our world as we continue to be free people, working for the whole world and uniting all our perspectives for the greater good. Thank you, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for bringing up the Yacobial case as well, that has allegedly committed the grave crimes against children in Tanzania. That is devastating, and I'm glad you're looking into it. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Congressman Joe Wilson, representing South Carolina's 2nd Congressional District, a long-serving member of the House. He brings extensive experience on national security and foreign affairs, as currently serves as the co-chairman of the U.S. Helsinki Commission, advancing human rights and democratic values around the world. Congressman, it is a pleasure.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, and champions, as I look out to see so many champions of religious freedom, I just want to thank you for your success. And indeed, Pastor Dr. Mark Burns has just done such a great job organizing. He also has another identification. He is a friend of somebody named Donald Trump. Aside from that, and so, but the bottom line truly is that I'm grateful to be here. And we're from the same state, South Carolina. And he's from the upstate now. That's where the money is. That's where they make BMWs. But I'm from the lower part of the state, and actually I was born in the holy city of Charleston, South Carolina. And with that in mind, the reason it's called the holy city is because of the number of churches. And the people living together and serving together. And so we have virtually a church on every corner. And so it's really exciting because most of the churches are from denominations or from people who were expelled or flee from other countries. And so from that, what an example indeed South Carolina, the United States is. And that is, and for example, I grew up in the First Scots Presbyterian Church. And I want you to visit Charleston, the only church in North America with the seal of the Church of Scotland on the front in stained glass. And so the reason the Scots, my ancestors, came is because they were expelled from the villages in Scotland because the landowners realized that they could make more money growing sheep than having people to support. And so they actually expelled the population, and I'm very grateful that my ancestors came to South Carolina. Additionally, also my family is French Huguenot. They too were expelled from France and came to the United States. And I'm really grateful the only functioning French Huguenot church in North America is in Charleston. So please come by and visit. Beautiful church. And the significance of that is our country benefited, again, from having people come to our country to realize freedom and liberty. As I tell you about French Huguenots, I was working with patriotic organization. Somebody that Pastor Burns really appreciates is the Swamp Fox, Francis Marion of the American Revolution. He was a Huguenot. And so I was working to help raise money for a statue here in Washington. And I kept telling people, hey, this is exciting now. We'll finally have a statue to a Huguenot in Washington. After a couple of years, somebody said, Joe, you're wrong. There are statues to a Huguenot in Washington. I said, well, who? George Washington. So hey, who would ever imagine putting all this together, that our country indeed has benefited from religious freedom? And then flash forward, I'm really grateful that in Charleston, South Carolina, at the time of the American Revolution, the largest Jewish population in the New World was in Charleston, South Carolina. That was real news to people from New York City. I'm educating them. And also the first provincial constitution recognized Judaism as a religion was the Provincial Constitution of South Carolina. The first Jewish American elected official was in the Provincial Assembly of South Carolina, and the first Jewish American killed in the Revolution was in Charleston, South Carolina. So that's the environment I grew up in. And then flash forward, I've really had such a great opportunity to work with so many different communities, and in particular, I've been working with the Hindu community. And as a real estate attorney, I worked with Indian Americans buying hotels and motels in the United States, and particularly in South Carolina. And flash forward, they now have a majority of the hotels are owned by Indian Americans. Additionally, the Indian American community, it's 6 million people, of Hindu faith, a substantial number of Christians now, but they are elected to public office. We know that, Governor Nikki Haley. We're really grateful for the success, and then you can see their success. Who would ever imagine FBI Director Kash Patel? And hey, who would imagine the Second Lady of America, Usha Vance? And so the Indian American community has just been so successful. And in particular, I was grateful to be with President Trump in Houston to welcome Prime Minister Modi. And at that welcome program, it was clear, Pastor, that we were with the largest assemblage of millionaires in the history of the world. 40,000 people were there. The per capita income of the Hindu Indian American community is twice that of the average American. And so, again, I cite that as an indication where religious freedom has such importance and can lead to so much. And so I want to thank all of you for what you're doing. I'm proud to wear the pin. And looking at all these positive faces, you're an inspiration. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Congressman, for stopping by. Thank you for your time. And now let's continue. I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Vicki Reese, the founder of Joy of Mom, a global movement reaching millions of families. She brings the conversation to the heart of the family unit with her topic, Spiritual Diplomacy Begins at Home. She explores how motherhood and compassion are the first steps on the path to peace.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you, Pastor Mark, and everyone else who's gathered here today. It's incredible to be standing in this room with leaders from so many faiths, cultures, and communities. You are entrusted with the care and soul and protection of our conscience. We are here together as human beings, bound by shared responsibility to protect life, dignity, and the future. And for me, that responsibility begins with motherhood. I'm gonna try not to cry. I won't go down my personal thing. Thanks. Long before a child ever encounters policy, ideology, or power, they encounter a mother or someone who mothers them, someone who teaches them how to calm themselves when they're overwhelmed, how to repair after harm, how to live with honesty and integrity, how to know right from wrong, and how to care for another human being. Mothers are the first spiritual diplomats. That our children will ever know. I think that was the most important thing I could say about this. In kitchens, in classrooms, in car rides, in quiet moments, mothers teach empathy, accountability, courage, and compassion in action. They are not soft skills. They are the foundational skills of peace. This is why spiritual diplomacy cannot be separated from maternal wisdom. Because peace is not enforced from the top down, it is formed from the inside out.
Wow, that's good.
When mothers are supported, heard, and connected, families stabilize. When families stabilize, communities heal. And when communities heal, peace becomes possible, not as an idea, but as a lived reality. Spiritual diplomacy asks us to lead beyond labels and ideology. Motherhood asks us to lead with responsibility. Both are rooted in the same truth. Love is not passive. Love is protective. Love is courageous. And I'm almost done. We are living in a time of extraordinary division. Fear is amplified, trust is eroded, and too often the burden of holding families and communities together falls quietly on mothers, unseen, unsupported, separated by noise, a lot of noise, that tells us we are more divided than we truly are. But when mothers come together across faiths, across cultures, across borders, something powerful happens. They don't argue ideology. They protect children. They restore dignity. They remodel repair instead of revenge. That is spiritual diplomacy in its most human form. This is not about erasing difference. It's about honoring honesty first. It's about choosing wisdom over outrage, compassion over condemnation, responsibility over indifference. Spiritual diplomacy is not soft. And as we know, motherhood is not weak. And conscience is not optional. These are the strongest forces we have. So my hope, my prayer, is that we leave this gathering committed to elevating maternal wisdom as part of the global peace dialogue, committed to seeing mothers not as a support system, but as a foundation, committed to standing for what is right, even when it is difficult, committed to remembering that every child everywhere deserves to grow up in a world shaped by care, courage, and conscience. May history say that when the world needed healers, we showed up. May it say that when peace felt fragile, we chose to protect it. And may it say that love, lived boldly and practiced daily, became the bridge that carried us forward. And may mothers stand with you and with one another as partners in this work, bringing conscience, courage, and care to the future we're building together. I have one quick note. Okay? In a few moments, you're about to meet Scarlett Lewis shortly, and you'll hear her incredibly moving story and journey. And as part of today's commitment to peace, we're deeply honored to share the joy Mom will be bringing Choose Love from classrooms into homes and families, embedding peace and choosing love over fear into lived daily practice for moms and children. And we're also going to be part of your beautiful ecosystem and help bring this message home everywhere in the world. Thank you and bless you all.
You're so good. Oh my God, you did such a wonderful job.
Our next speaker has a truly extraordinary background. Please welcome Miss Aliyah Rosa, a former secret agent turned women's empowerment coach. She has risked her life to stop criminal networks. She speaks to us today on the dark reality of child and human trafficking and the fight to save innocent lives.
Thank you. Thank you, beautiful souls, spiritual diplomats, and thank you, Pastor Mark Burns, for bringing us all together, for inviting me. I would never imagine being a little girl born in corrupted communism, the country which doesn't exist anymore, thank God, USSR, that one day I'll stand here in front of you in the nation's capital, the symbol of freedom, liberty, unity, hoping for peace, right? We are all ambassadors for the peace, right? And the hope and love. I'm also very happy to see here children. Please raise your hands who are parents and who have children. 99%. Did you know that according to United Nations report, there are over 27 million people are sex trafficked globally? Think about this number, 27 million people. Once I was working as a secret agent in Russia, in FSB, fighting against human and drug trafficking. Together with my team, we saved and rescued over 500 underage children. Unfortunately, some of those children we couldn't rescue, it was too late. And I still remember their faces, and I still remember the faces of their parents who begged us to help them, but it was too late. Some of my colleagues have died during these missions, and let's take a moment to pray for their souls to rest in peace. So that's why, as adults, it's our responsibility to educate children, not just our children, but all children. Thank you. And that's why it's so important for us to speak about these global issues, to check social media of our children, speak with our children's friends, to support and report to adults or authorities if they will see suspicious behaviors. Create communities and speak about these social issues like we do right now. And hopefully, maybe today, tomorrow, you will share this information with your friends, with some kids, and they will remember that. And one day, when they will go to public places, they will not take from someone a drink or a sweet. And they will not leave their drinks unattended, because this is very important. My son is 16 years old. He was going out with his friends at 6 p.m. He calls me crying that 2 girls from his class were picked up by the car and they drove somewhere. Thank God in Snapchat they have the location. So I pick up my car, my son, I pick up my car, and we drove there to find them. They were picked up by 2 men, 40 years old about. We reported that issue. But this can happen with anyone. Imagine it could be your kids, imagine it could be kids of your family members or your friends or so on. That's why, as adults, we need to bring awareness, especially to our young generation, because this is our future. Yes. Thank you so much for understanding that it's so important to be together, to unite, to fight this problem, because the most important is to prevent a problem before it will even start. And this is our responsibility as adults, to teach, educate our children, because they copy what we do. And a little favor. It's the beginning of the year. I decided to set up a charity to bring awareness about this global issue. And if anyone here would like to help me and join me in this journey, I'm here for you. I would really appreciate about your help, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you for this amazing event, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now, returning to the stage, our distinguished Indigenous leaders, Chief Joseph and Ambassador Lara Lynn Riverwind, co-founders of Firekeepers International. They address a crisis touching every community, from silence to sacred care. They will share how faith leaders must respond to the youth mental health crisis.
I knew you were going to make us follow either Dr. Burns or the secret agent.
Thank you for Pastor Burns for bringing a microphone to the Indigenous voice. It's an honor and blessing. Thank you. She sits on her bed behind a locked door in a dark room. Mascara-stained tears streak her cheeks as she watches blood drip from her arm. This self-inflicted wound, vying for space among many others.
Next time it will be deeper.
She says.
Next time I'll go all the way.
And just like that, ideation becomes a painful plan.
Statistically, before this gathering ends, a depressed and hopeless Native American will take his or her life. But God.
Taigwe, Oma Bahari, Dakakasike Guasabara Mahura, Takatais Boriken Ota Danaboria Yaya Ota Kasike Bosibakan. Good day with respect and honor to all the dignitaries that are here. I am Chief Joseph Riverwind, War Chief of the Arawak Taino tribe of Puerto Rico, the tribe of first contact. I'm also a servant of Yahweh, the supreme spirit of all spirits and a disciple of the great chief cornerstone, aka Rabbi Yeshua.
Shio, ganik di layelene ekwani unole dakudoa, tijalagi kenusida, dohi gesesti. Hello, I am Dr. Larlin Riverwind, the ambassador of the Georgia tribe of Eastern Cherokee. I serve Creator Yahweh, and I walk the white path of Yeshua, Jesus, whom my people have an ancient story about.
For generations, Native people have lived with intergenerational trauma. Depression, identity crisis, and suicidal ideation are often lifetime struggles rather than temporary obstacles. As a result, American Indians and Alaskan Natives face suicide rates 91% higher than the general population and lead in depression, anxiety, PTSD, and substance use disorders. We can name the contributors of forced assimilation, racism, socioeconomic disparity, cultural incongruence, generational trauma. These matter. And in our tradition, we make our decisions based on 7 generations ahead.
And these issues are not exclusive to the indigenous population of America. I have seen them abroad in the indigenous population of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, where I lived during my youth. But personal reasons often boil down to relationship problems, violence, and lack of access to care. Yet each of us must make and take the responsibility for our own mental health. Healing is not accidental. It takes time, faith, hard inner work, wise counsel, humor, and miracles. Humor is a core Native tradition, so we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you, how many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? 1, but the light bulb has to want to change.
And speaking of change, did you know that Native Americans will be the first ones in heaven? We have reservations.
There you are.
Jeremiah 29:11 declares, "For I know the plans I have for you," says Yahweh, "plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future."
We must help people envision a future worth living for.
Often the first step across that bridge is moving from silence to speaking up, because evil flourishes in silence.
It is often through sacred care that people find the courage to speak. Sacred care takes many forms. At Firekeepers International, our Good Medicine program provides sacred care through ancestral teachings passed down by our elders, through art, music, storytelling, dance, counsel, honor, and ceremony that brings holistic healing to the soul.
Yet our culture should strive for much needed refinements. To 1, celebrate heroic whistleblowers.
Normalize ongoing counseling.
Honor mental health professionals.
And develop emotionally intelligent leadership. For many, there is no dramatic crossroads between victim and victor. Victimhood is often a default survival mode. But this world, though filled with pain, is also filled with love. A soul's journey from victim to victor is forged through forgiveness, healthy boundaries, and discernment. It is our sacred duty as faith leaders to teach and model healthy, holy, enforced boundaries. Without them, encroachment is normalized, victimhood is enabled, abusers protected, and spiritual necrosis left unchecked.
Across Turtle Island, what we call the land here, indigenous wisdom teaches a foundational truth. Life is sacred. It is a gift from the Creator.
Important question. So where does spiritual diplomacy end and sacred heroism begin?
When there are mobs of serial murderers currently slaughtering Christians, Jews, Druze, Alawites, Kurds, Yazidis, Persians, Syrians, Hindus, Nigerians, Masalit, Hutus, Tutsis, and moderate Muslims, we must speak up. As faith leaders, we must break our cultural taboos surrounding violence, sexual, physical, emotional, and spiritual abuse.
Silence is compliance.
Silence is condoning.
Silence is abetting.
We cannot teach tolerance of violence or endorse violence as resistance. We must model the sacred care of speaking up and breaking the silence, and we will now.
This great nation protects freedom of religion, our right to serve any God or none. But liberty demands responsibility. If a religion commands the taking of an innocent life, it is a death cult, not a religion. And it's constitutional. Come on now. It is a death cult, not a religion, if it says, take innocent life. Got a few of you. And its constitutional protections then are null. Speech defining holy versus profane is protected, but breaching physical boundaries to commit violence is not.
As indigenous spiritual authorities from these ancient lands of Turtle Island, we want to make a clear declaration.
Radical Islam, death cults, anti-Semitism, and enslaving ideologies disregarding the sacredness of life and liberty are not welcome on Turtle Island. We must become divine interruptions on someone else's path to destruction. And let me just say this. It's a big deal to have somebody with spiritual authority of indigenous people to say what is and is not welcome in their land. Meditate on it.
As we leave today, return with me to that dark room and that bleeding girl. She was not unseen. Her faith leader knew. He knew intervention was needed. He knew there were options. Now the only question left is this.
What is he going to do about it?
Thank you very much. Our next speaker turned an unimaginable tragedy into a global message of hope. Please welcome Miss Scarlett Lewis, mother of Jesse Lewis, who was lost in the Sandy Hook school shooting tragedy, and founder of the Choose Love Momentum. She speaks on school safety and child protection, advocating for a path of love over fear.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank everyone for showing up today as boots on the ground soldiers, capital S-O-U-L, soldiers of love, spreading this message because that's exactly what we're doing. Hope and peace live and grow in this room. I can feel it. Thank you. I want to begin with a simple truth. When we talk about peace, diplomacy, or global stability, we're not talking about ideas. We're talking about lives. We're talking about our children. We're talking about what happens when love breaks down and compassion is absent. I know this not as a theory, but as a lived reality. 13 years ago, my 6-year-old son, Jesse, was murdered in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary School, alongside 19 of his classmates and 6 educators in what is still the worst mass shooting in U.S. history in an elementary school. That morning, he walked into school like millions of other children do every day, trusting the adults in his life would keep him safe. What happened next is difficult to hear, but important to say out loud. A former student returned to the school he once attended with the intention to cause maximum harm, driven by years of neglect, abuse, unaddressed pain, bullying, and revenge. He murdered Jesse's principal and guidance counselor outside the classroom and Jesse's teacher just inside the door. Then his gun jammed. In that moment, my 6-year-old son stood up and told his classmates to run. His courage saved 9 lives before losing his own that day. Kids and adults in this world are hurting. They're in such pain because they don't have understanding, love, role models, spiritual diplomats, essential life skills, and they know no other way to get relief but to seek revenge and to off-put their pain on as many people as possible. In fact, we know that through the latest science, revenge is the cause of all bullying, all violence, and all wars. We also know what the solution to revenge is in the brain. What stops the pain and the hurt is forgiveness. And we know we can teach forgiveness as a skill. In fact, we're doing that. The fact is that 100% of school shootings are preventable, as is the vast amount of suffering that our children are experiencing today. God is love. And when we bring love into our schools, we address the root cause of the pain and suffering that lead to what the Department of Homeland Security says the pathway to violence is: attack end. This is where we have been focusing our attention. After the fact, too late, focusing on the problem, always a step behind, learning from mistakes. We need to adjust our focus to the grievance end, to before the grievance, and give kids the skills and tools they need to be refined by the pain rather than be defined by it. After the tragedy, I was faced with a choice, one every human being faces, whether on a global stage or in a private moment of pain. I could live from fear, anger, and blame, or I could choose love. I chose love, but I'll tell you what, it wasn't my idea. When I came home to this little farmhouse that I shared with my 2 boys as a single mom, I found a message that Jesse had written shortly before he died. He wrote 3 words: nurturing, healing, love. I knew that those words didn't come from Jesse. They were a divine message that came through him, and that was the solution. And then and there, I dedicated my life to spreading this message in schools, homes, and communities around the world. Choosing love does not mean excusing what happened or denying justice. It meant refusing to let hatred take another life, starting with my own. Forgiveness was my response, not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. I realized that if anger consumed me, violence would continue to win. And we cannot afford that, not in our homes, not in our communities, and not in our world. We know that hurt people hurt people. Yeah. If we could hear that cry for love sooner and respond, much of the suffering that leads to violence, addiction, mental illness, even war could be prevented. It's called proactive prevention, preventing the suffering that leads to violence and despair, and it's possible. What happened at Sandy Hook did not begin with a gun. It began with pain that left unaddressed, with disconnection, with humanity forgotten. And violence is always the final symptom of something deeper. Across cultures, faiths, and nations, our children are showing up with the same signals: bullying, mental illness, despair, addiction, suicide, violence. These are not separate crises. They're signs that love is breaking down and compassion is absent. Everything can be seen as either an act of love or a cry for love. It's our moral duty to answer that cry. And here's the uncomfortable truth. We cannot legislate our way out of this. We cannot blame or argue our way out. We cannot outsource or off-put our own responsibility. Peace begins with us. We can't wait for someone else to fix it because there is no one else. And it turns out love is a skill that can be taught and practiced, and this makes it available for everyone. I created the Choose Love movement to teach how to choose love as a thoughtful response in every situation, circumstance, or interaction, especially the hard ones. At its core is a simple understanding. Every day we choose love or fear, and the outcomes of these decisions look dramatically different. We were created in love, but our brains are wired to defend us and thus attuned to fear. Having these essential life skills enables us to have the courage to face pain, grow, and be strengthened by it, and not pass it on. And as Vicki from Joy of Mom mentioned, our work doesn't stop there. We're honored to bring Choose Love from classrooms into homes and families with Joy of Mom, because the home is where peace is practiced and the next generation is shaped. We can't always choose what happens to us, what someone else says or does, but we can always choose our response. When we choose love, even in the face of hatred, we reclaim our true, authentic power as humans, our self-control and our humanity, because the opposite of love is not hate, it's fear. When we understand this, we can look upon hate as suffering and with compassion. This is the work of spiritual diplomacy. It's choosing to see people not as enemies, but as human beings. It's responding to fear with courage, the same courage Jesse showed that lives inside every single one of us. It's replacing judgment with compassion and hearing the cries for loving action all around us. It's understanding that every thoughtful response rooted in love creates safety, locally and globally. Our children are learning how to respond to conflict by watching how we do it. They need leaders, spiritual diplomats, who understand that peace is not passive. It is active, it is courageous, and it is a choice. Spiritual diplomats must exist because the world is aching for moral clarity. When humanity disconnects, our children suffer. And every act of love, no matter how small, restores hope and reduces fear. The courage to spread nurturing, healing love is why we're here today. This is why spiritual diplomacy matters, to teach our children to be spiritual diplomats. And this is why the work you're doing and we're doing together is so urgently needed today. Thank you for choosing love. Jesse's favorite pillow.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, that was so beautiful. Love you too. You're so good. Thanks for giving us courage.
And now we are honored to receive a special address from His Excellency Caleb Mutfeng, the Executive Governor of Plateau State, Nigeria. Through his video address, he speaks to us today on promoting peace and liberty amidst global challenges, sharing a governance vision anchored in justice, mercy, and the sanctity of human life.
distinguished faith leaders, policymakers, members of the United States Congress, diplomats, and esteemed guests from all around the world, I bring you warm greetings on behalf of the good people and government of Plateau State, Nigeria. I'm deeply honored by the gracious invitation extended to me to participate in this important International Interfaith Conference with the theme, United in Liberty, the Rise of Spiritual Diplomats. It is with all sense of responsibility that I regret my inability to be physically present at this time due to exigencies and demands of the office. However, I am ably represented by my advisor on development partnerships and strategic linkages, as well as diaspora engagements, Mr. Manji Wilson, who would deliver a presentation on my behalf. I want to specially commend Pastor Dr. Mark Burns and the conference conveners for creating such a global platform that recognizes the vital role of faith, conscience, and moral leadership in diplomacy and peace building. At a time when divisions, that is religious, ethnic, and political, are being exploited across the world, this gathering affirms that liberty of belief and mutual respect remain foundational to human dignity and sustainable peace. For those of you that may not be familiar with Plateau State is Nigeria's 12th largest state, centrally located in the Middle Belt, with an area of about 26,899 square kilometers and a population of roughly 5 million people. Its capital is Jos, and the state is popularly known as the home of peace and tourism. Despite being in the tropical zone, Plateau State enjoys a near-temperate climate due to its high altitude, with average temperatures ranging between 18 degrees centigrade and 22 degrees centigrade. The coldest period occurs during the Harmattan season, which lasts between December and February, while the hottest months are March and April. Additionally, Plateau State serves as a major watershed and source of several important rivers in northern Nigeria. Now back to the reason we're here. The prophet Micah raises a pertinent question and immediately provides an answer, as recorded in Micah chapter 6 and verse 8, which reads, "What does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." This timeless call speaks not only to people of faith, but to all who hold positions of responsibility. It captures the essence of spiritual diplomacy, justice in policy, mercy in leadership, and humility in power. Plateau State is often described as a microcosm of Nigeria because it is home to diverse ethnicities and faith traditions that have coexisted for generations. Under the administration I am leading since coming on board in May 2023, we have made deliberate efforts to rebuild trust, strengthen interfaith dialogue, and restore the social contract between government and citizens. We're investing in inclusive governance, youth empowerment, agricultural transformation, infrastructure renewal, digital and economic reforms aimed at restoring livelihoods and hope for our people. However, it will be incomplete and indeed dishonest not to acknowledge the grave challenges we continue to face, especially with regards to the persistent attacks by violent extremists and criminal elements that have led to the loss of lives, the displacement of tens of thousands, and the destruction of communities. Christians and moderate Muslims alike have been targeted, and internally displaced persons, including women, children, and the elderly, continue to bear the heaviest burden. These are not merely security issues, they are moral issues that test our collective commitment to freedom of belief and the sanctity of human life. Yet we refuse to surrender to despair. Our response has been anchored on justice, compassion, reconciliation, and development. We believe that peace is not sustained by force alone, but by improved socio-economic opportunities, equity, and dignity. This for us is reflected in the books of Matthew 5, verse 9, "Blessed are the peacemakers," and Romans 12:18, "If it is possible, live at peace with everyone." It is therefore my earnest appeal that this conference catalyzes meaningful partnerships with governments, faith institutions, development agencies, and the diaspora to as well support our modest efforts in humanitarian relief for displaced communities, strengthen peace-building initiatives, investments in education and livelihoods, enhance healthcare provisions, rebuilding and resettlement of affected communities, and amplify global advocacy for religious freedom. Plateau State stands ready to engage as a partner for peace, development, and interfaith cooperation. It is my earnest belief that together as spiritual diplomats, united in liberty, we can transform shared values into shared action and prosperity for our people. As I conclude, let me mention that Plateau State is open for engagements as well as explore areas of cooperation and interests. As a government, we are dedicated to creating an enabling environment for all our partners. As Chief Executive of the state, let me assure you of all the political will and support as you consider a partnership with us towards making a difference for humanity. By God's grace, I intend to be in Washington the first week of February and attend the Presidential National Prayer Breakfast. I will be delighted to meet with some of you that will be in DC at that time towards deepening our relationships and partnerships. My advisor, Manji Wilson, who is on ground, will coordinate on this and make meeting arrangements. Thank you for your attention, and may our collective efforts advance peace, justice, and human dignity across nations. God bless you all. God bless Plateau State. God bless Nigeria. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And now we would like to invite His Excellency Manji Wilson to the stage, Chief Technical Advisor on Development Partnership, Strategic Linkages, and Diaspora Engagement to the Plateau State Governor, Nigeria.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and we are all loaded with all the information we've received from various speakers, so I wouldn't take much of your time, considering also that His Excellency has also delivered a speech. Distinguished members of the U.S. Congress and House Committee on Foreign Affairs, faith leaders, spiritual diplomats, Pastor Mark, thank you very much for having us today. For us in Plateau State, I know that so many of you have heard about Nigeria and the designation of the country as a country of particular concern. And I would say that one of the major reasons that Nigeria has been on the map is because of Plateau State. For some of you that may not be very familiar, between the year 2001 to date, I think conservatively estimated figures has indicated that over 12,000 people have lost their lives due to the activities of violent extremists, as have been highlighted by His Excellency. One of the most difficult moments for us when we came to office in 2023 was in December, and I remember quite well on the 23rd of December, when we were preparing for Christmas, people were making all the necessary arrangements. On the 24th, we got calls, and a particular village was attacked in 2 local governments, and over 200 people lost their lives within that one attack. This is not just an isolated incident. We've had so many incidences that have been recorded. And for so many of you, you must have also heard of Reverend Ezekiel Dachomo, who raised his voice on the genocide that has been persistent over the years. You know, as I speak, I read just a short while ago of about 6 people that Reverend Ezekiel had to bury today, that were killed just yesterday. 5-6 days ago, a family of about 4 were attacked. The father was killed, the mother was killed, the son was killed, and the only surviving person of that family is a 4-month-old baby. She was actually butchered, with a machete, but for some reason, God kept her alive. Earlier today, a friend posted, he visited her in the hospital. She was just discharged today from the hospital. There are so many stories, and I do not really want to weigh us down with a lot of these very difficult situations that we found ourselves in. I recall one of my friends, Stedman Harrison of the Global Outreach Ministry here in the United States, and a significant lesson he taught us during one of our sessions. And he draws from the book of Nehemiah, and for so many of us, we remember when Hananiah came visiting and Nehemiah inquired of what had happened, to the remnant that were left. And he shared the story of how the walls were all broken, the gates were burnt, and that completely weighed Nehemiah. Of course, when he went to serve the king observed, and you dare not come to the king with such a countenance. And the king inquired to know, what is wrong? You are not sick. I believe this is simply from a heart that is sick. Of course, he inquired of the king and asked of him, informed him of the situation and said, if it pleases you, please send me back to go and rebuild my land. The king granted his request, but he also further requested that the king should give him letters that he will take to the governors across the rivers. And he also inquired for support to get the timber, that he would rebuild, and he got every support that he needed. I'm just bringing this story to put together everything, that I would have been presenting today. To say for so many of us that are seated here, some of us had to travel. I just arrived last night from Nigeria, came across the river, came across the Mediterranean, just to come here and meet with all of you doing very important work, to alleviate this very difficult situation that humanity has found herself in. We are looking forward to seeing how we can join hands together like Nehemiah, because for such a time as this, God has called us to rise up and to serve as leaders that will transform nations and communities even beyond the shores of our immediate environments. The capital of Plateau State is known as Jos. It has a fantastic synonym, and we call it Jesus, our Savior, because Jos is in the central part of Nigeria, blessed with abundant natural resources, and it's known as one of the cities that hosts everyone, irrespective of ethnicity or religion. Very accommodating set of people that have kept Nigeria, up till this moment. Plateau State is a city upon a hill, and her light will continue to shine. Plateau State is looking forward to seeing how to welcome you. Pastor Mark, I gathered you at contemplating coming to Nigeria. His Excellency will be quite pleased and delighted to host you. And we look forward to seeing how we can continue to utilize this office, this privilege that God has given us to serve our people, to improve the livelihood of those who are persecuted, those who are displaced, because we have so many of them, over 50 communities renamed, people sacked from their ancestral homes. They can no longer conduct their economic activities. Or we're doing what we can do as a government to provide all the succor and support. And we are looking forward to seeing how we can continue to leverage on this very important platform to do the good that our people so deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give my respect and love. Oh, yes.
Okay, right now we're going to have a quick presentation by Dewey Honig. He wanted to present something to Pastor Burns.
Thank you, Pastor Burns. It's a true honor. I have to head out, so I'm sorry for cutting a bit over here. First of all, a pin for you.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you so wow.
I could put it on.
Yes, I'm going to hold it there.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
This is an award, Advancing Peace Beyond Political Award, Politics Award, presented to Pastor Mark Burns, spiritual advisor to President Donald Trump, founder of Spiritual Diplomats, in recognition of your visionary leadership and selfless dedication to advancing peace through faith, uniting leaders across religions, building bridges where politics cannot, and fostering peace where policies fall short. With admiration and blessing to the Honig, founder and CEO of the Orthodox Chamber of Commerce, and our Chairman, J. Morton Davis, who's 96 years old and very close friend of President Trump for over a half a century.
Wow. What an honor, what an honor. Thank you. What an honor.
Thank you so much. And now, please welcome Ms. Madeline Rodriguez, a celebrated journalist, author, and preacher. She brings a message of empowerment titled Standing in the Gap, highlighting how women of prayer become crucial advocates for justice in our society.
Thank you so much. I want to start off by saying my sincere thanks to Pastor Mark Burns for bringing together faith leaders from around the world for this important conference. Let's give him a hand. Through his leadership, he has created a space where faith and civic responsibility meet in service of justice and human dignity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this historic place where laws are debated, policies are shaped, and the future of millions is influenced. Honorable leaders, distinguished guests, and faith representatives, today I will talk about standing in the gap, how women of prayer become advocates for justice, and how prayer moves from the secret place into courageous action. I am the founder of Women with Purpose, a global movement of women who gather daily across nations and time zones through Zoom to pray. These women come from every background, culture, and life experience. Yet they are united by one conviction, that prayer must move us to action and faith must compel us to pursue justice. For our God is a God of both mercy and righteousness. Prayer is so important that it moves heaven, transforms lives, and brings freedom, hope, and healing to the body, soul, spirit, and mind. Prayer is not just words. It is power. It is life flowing from heaven to earth. When we pray, what happens? What was lifeless begins to breathe again. What was broken starts to be restored. What was chained is set free. What was dark is filled with light. And what seemed impossible becomes possible. The word of God says in Psalm 34:4, I prayed to the Lord, and he answered me. He freed me from all of my fears. I also serve as chairwoman of the Faith Advisory Board for the United Nations Association of El Salvador. In this role, alongside the president of the organization, we are committed to cultivating and sustaining a prayer-rooted presence at the UN, at the United Nations. One that invites the global Christian community to engage through intercession and God's word. This work is grounded in the belief that when faith communities approach global engagement prayerfully and with integrity, they help foster peace, uphold human dignity, and strengthen cooperation among nations. Prayer doesn't just change our circumstances, it changes us as well. It makes us more compassionate, loving, and full of grace towards all people. To stand in the gap means to step into the space where others are vulnerable, unheard, or forgotten. It is the choice to intercede, to advocate, and to act when silence would be easier. One of the clearest biblical examples is Queen Esther. Esther was a woman of faith, positioned within power, yet initially hidden. When a decree threatened the extermination of her people, she faced a choice: remain silent and preserve her own safety, or risk her life to speak. However, Esther chose prayer, fasting, and courageous advocacy. She stood in the gap, approached authority with wisdom and humility, and ultimately saved her people from destruction. Esther's story reminds us that access without courage changes nothing, and prayer without action is incomplete. Her faith did not remove her fear. It gave her the strength to act. Throughout history, women of prayer have done the same. Women have prayed in kitchens and in sanctuaries, in upper rooms, in quiet corners, in homes of worship and hidden places, often unseen and unnamed. Yet their prayers have shaped history, protected God's people, and challenged injustice. Prayer has long been the place where God forms courage in the hearts of women and men. It is through prayer that God forms fearless women. God plants courage in the hearts of women, preparing them to move with faith and strength. Why women? Why am I talking about women today? Because women have often lived closest to the cost of injustice. They have carried families through war, protected children through famine, endured discrimination, violence, and exclusion, yet refuse to surrender hope or believe in Jesus Christ. In our daily prayer gatherings with Women with Purpose, I witness this transformation continually. Women enter carrying the weight of the world on their backs, but they leave with clarity, courage, and a renewed commitment to stand for what is right in their homes, communities, and nations. When women pray, they do not merely ask for comfort, they ask for change. It's about honoring the image of God in every single person. It is about defending the widow, the orphan, and the stranger. It is about ensuring that no one is overlooked or forgotten in the eyes of the Almighty God. Just as Esther stood to protect her people, so God calls us to stand for those who cannot stand for themselves. Standing in the gap is not passive spirituality. It is saying someone must speak, someone must care, someone must act, and often that someone has been a woman. Today, in a world torn by division and injustice, we need women of prayer more than ever to rise, to stand with conviction, and let God's justice flow into every place, crying out for hope. We need women who will pray and vote, pray and advocate, because justice does not belong to one religion, one party, or one ideology. Justice belongs to humanity. And prayer at its best does not divide us, it unites us. And we stand here on Capitol Hill. Let us remember to protect the sacredness of human life in all its form. Let us pursue justice that is compassionate, courageous, and enduring. May our prayers not end in words, but move our feet, shape our policies, and restore dignity where it has been denied. When women of prayer stand in the gap, justice does not remain an idea. It becomes a lived reality. Thank you and have a blessed day. In Jesus' mighty name.
Oh, when it ended.
I'm learning from you. I'm learning from you. God bless you. Thank you.
It's you. Okay. Well, first of all, listen, can we give all of our wonderful speakers a big hand clap? Was this not good? Was this not amazing? Listen. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, amen. Yes. I'm going to be real quickly. First of all, I want to, I see we passed the lapel pins out. Everybody please stay standing because we're about to go. You sit back down, you may not want to get back up again. We passed the pins out, and I wanted to give a declaration before you pinned yourself, but that's okay, you pinned yourself. And we'll do it better the next time. But I want everyone you stayed here to the end, so you're telling me that you are truly committed to this movement, And I want to give a declaration, and I want you to repeat after me. Now, I'm going to be very clear. You're not pledging allegiance to a person or an organization, but an ideal of freedom. Are you understanding me? And so I want everybody here to just lift up your right hand, and you're going to make this pledge with me. You're going to repeat after me. Say, I in your name. Today I stand by choice and by conscience to declare my commitment to becoming a spiritual diplomat. I do not pledge allegiance to a person, a title, a political party, or an institute. I pledge myself to a higher ideal of peace, the sacred responsibility of peace. I commit to carrying peace before all conflicts, wisdom before reaction, and truth before pride. I choose honor, the dignity of every human life, regardless of faith, culture, color, nationality, or background. I will be a bridge where others build walls. A voice of calm where anger seeks control. A servant of reconciliation where division has taken root. I accept the responsibility to listen before I speak, to seek understanding before judgment, and to act with courage guided by compassion. I commit to protecting the vulnerable, advocating for justice, standing firm against hatred in all forms. I recognize that peace is not passive. It requires discipline, humility, and strength. I will pursue peace in my own words, my actions, and my influence, in public and in private. In public and in private. In public and in private. In moments of ease and in moments of challenge. Today I declare that I am accountable to my conscience, my Creator, and future generations. I choose the path of peace. I declare and accept the calling of a spiritual diplomat. So let it be said, so let it be spoken, so let it be committed. Congratulations, spiritual diplomats. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I want to quickly, before we dismiss, I want to thank, we got a couple of people to thank. We've got to thank ALLATRA, Miss Marina. Come on, give her, the president of ALLATRA. Y'all give a big shout out to all of ALLATRA. Where's Miss Valerie at? Where's she at? She's running around here somewhere. Where's Valerie at? Valerie's so busy, she can't even tell that I'm calling her name out. Valerie, thank you. Y'all give Valerie a big hand clap, who's so hard. Miss Olga from the president of Creative Society. Y'all give a big shout out to Olga. and to every spiritual diplomat that helped make this happen. God bless you all. Many thanks to you all. And don't forget, in February the 5th, we're coming right back here during Ukrainian Week to have our Ukrainian conference. It is called Freedom Has a Name, and it's called Ukraine. You don't want to miss it. Be right here. And also, in 6 months, June of 2026, we're doing this again, but we're doing it at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. And then in December, we're taking over the G20, and we're doing it again in Miami, Florida for G20. God bless you all. Thank you all.